All right. The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, with that, we will move into the DCSD Spotlight with Superintendent Kane.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Last Monday, the Youth Congress event hosted by the Douglas County Youth Initiative had record attendance. The students who participated did a fantastic job sharing ideas with community leaders and elected officials. So we created a video recap so that you guys could see the Youth Congress event.
I think this is a very big opportunity to just get ideas out there, get people to understand what challenges are being faced, especially for the younger generations.
Youth Congress brings together a myriad of voices.
I think the most important thing about today is that who's here, the leaders that are here, school districts here, county commissioners are here, elected officials from the municipalities are here, and we're here to listen.
These local leaders have gathered at Legacy Campus with one goal in mind.
Well, let's take a moment and hear from the kids. They're the ones that's affected every day, and they have incredible ideas. And it's important to empower them to know that they can make a significant change.
There's a variety of topics being discussed, from vaping, cell phone use, and peer pressure.
Yeah, I think for me, mental health was a really big aspect because it's been part of my life and my family's life, I guess. And then like coming up with solutions and hearing things from different people on how their like experiences with mental health shaped how like they are, and looking at like talking about solutions that could be implemented.
I feel very passionate about peer pressure. I've seen how peer pressure affects different people, and I've seen how like a variety of outlooks on things can help people. So that's one of the things I'm passionate about. I hope that they can change our school districts within like using our advice, because that's one of the main things that schools need right now.
Shane Hodges is a counselor and has attended Youth Congress for the last 12 years. He keeps coming back because he says events like these are effective in creating real change.
They actually do. I've seen the follow through. And so it's really important to me that these adults are saying, let's take your voices because you're the ones that are in these situations. So what do you think is going to help or work? I hope that they recognize, one, that they do have a voice and that there are people out there that support them, listen to them.
Youth Congress is also a chance for these students to learn and grow.
I'm hoping to, walk away with different people's outlooks on things, and I want to be a little bit more educated with Youth Congress today.
There's been a lot of success stories that come out of Youth Congress, and I think we're going to have some here today.
A chance for these students to learn and grow.
I'm hoping to, walk away with different people's outlooks on things, and I want to be a little bit more educated with Youth Congress today.
There's been a lot of success stories that come out of Youth Congress, and I think we're going to have some here today.
Okay. Also, October 23rd and 26th is the annual Lights On After School event. This is a nationwide event celebrating after-school programs and the important role they play in the lives of children, families, and communities. So we thought, what better time to recognize our very own BASE programs right here in Douglas County. So at this time, I would like to invite the following representatives from our Before and After School Enterprise, or BASE, to join me up front. Michelle Stewart, Director of BASE, Denise Nichols, BASE Area Manager, Amy Madden, BASE Area Manager, and Jana Schleisner, our Chief Financial Officer, who oversees our BASE programming. So how about a round of applause for these amazing ladies? And we have some BASE students and families with us as well. Thank you so much for coming, and I'm glad you could join us. First, thank you for all that you do for BASE programming to make it possible here in DCSD. As someone who spent her whole career being a working mom, I know how important it is to have our kids have somewhere safe and happy that they can land for a while after school. Michelle, will you tell us a bit about BASE, why it's so important to families, and then pass the microphone along to the others to say a few words as well?
Absolutely. We are so happy to be here. BASE is happy to be able to take care of children ages 5 to 13. And so far this year already, starting September, we have been able to have over 6,500 families and children register with our program. So we are helping so many children out in our community, and we have a few here today. I'm going to pass the microphone to Amy, and she is going to introduce some people we have here today.
Good evening. Like Michelle said, we are so excited to be here today. I have the honor and privilege of introducing to you Miss Krista Langton, who is our BASE manager at Trailblazer Elementary School. And Chris brought with her tonight 2 very brave students that are in our BASE program at Trailblazer, and she will introduce them and say a few words.
Hello, everybody. So when I was asked to do a presentation about Lights On After School, I thought, well, what does that mean to adults? Safety. But what does that mean to kids? Kids don't think of safety. They think of fun. What are we going to do today? What are we going to taste today? What are we going to smell today? So Lights On After School is really about using the 5 senses. So Max and Chris and I polled all the kids in our after-school program, and they would like to tell you what they found out in their poll.
Hi, everybody. I'm Max Hines and Christopher Adams, and we are presenting Lights On for BASE. Today, we will be talking about what kids at BASE smell, see, hear, and touch. First, taste. Kids taste snacks that we make in cooking club, like chocolate-covered bananas and yogurt parfaits. Some are healthy and some are sweet. They are all fun. Next is sight. Kids at BASE see the playground. We also see kids catching grasshoppers too. BASE also brings people in to bring exotic animals like snakes and tarantulas. There is also touch. We are learning martial arts and breaking boards. We also play with fidgets and build with magnet tiles using our imaginations. One more is smell. We smell paints from crafts, the gym, Legos, and fresh air for recess. Finally is hearing. We like to listen to each other and learn new stuff. And that is how BASE is colorful, exciting, and definitely fun. Thanks for your time and have a good night.
Would you like to talk about your board? All right. Hi, my name is Kristen. I run the BASE program at Acres Green. I was also asked to make a poster, so I just kind of made a poster that represents everything in our program. All the things that I think are important that we highlight in all the activities that we do. And we also surveyed all of the kids to see the things that they really enjoy and the things that they like doing in our program. So yeah, you're welcome to come and check it out later.
I'm always amazed when I get to go into these programs and see what they do and the connection that they have with these kids. And I just thank you for giving us this time to celebrate what they do for our kids every day.
Well, and on behalf of myself and the entire school district and our Board of Education, I want to give a huge shout out not only to all of you, but to all of our BASE employees across the entire district. It's easy for our public to not remember that we have this entire other organization that is completely dedicated to taking care of our children before and after school and on summer breaks and fall breaks, and they work when the rest of us are not working, and we are just incredibly grateful. So to all BASE employees, thank you for all you do. President Williams has a certificate for BASE. All right, and we're going to do a quick picture. So if everyone can squeeze in, Mr. Hackett is going to get a picture. Okay, how about one more round of applause for our amazing BASE program?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And that concludes tonight's recognitions.
Very cool. All right, next we will move into the item number 4, acceptance of the agenda. Recommendation is that the board approves the agenda as presented. Do you need a motion?
Motion to accept the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Moore. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. On to the superintendent updates.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, for starters, everybody give me a little bit of patience because we have many dates and important things in October to list because everyone picked October as their month apparently. So October, and they're all really important. October is Dyslexia Awareness Month. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder Awareness Month, so that's ADHD Awareness Month, something we are well aware of in our household. Thank a Principal Month. So actually, we would love for everyone to thank their principals sometime this month. Our principals are amazing. Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Family and School Partnership in Education Month. Learning Disabilities Awareness Month. National Bullying Prevention Month. National Down Syndrome Month. And as I mentioned in September, Historic Heritage Month is September 15th through October 15th. And then we also have Colorado Free College Application Days. So this one is really important for our high school students, and that is October 13th through 17th. Let me try that again. October 7th through 9th, when you can put in an application to a Colorado institution and without an application fee. National School Lunch Week is October 13th through 17th. National School Bus Safety Week, October 20th through 24th. A special shout out to all of our amazing bus drivers. Red Ribbon Week, that is Keep Kids Drug Free, October 23rd through 31st. America's Safe Schools Week, October 19th through 25. National Custodian Appreciation Day, October 2nd. So I want to do a special shout out to all of our custodians across our district. We would never be able to have the amazing environments that we do in our district without everything that you do for us. World Teacher Appreciation Day was October 5th. We love our teachers. Child Health Day is October 6th. National Coaches Day is October 6th, so please thank a coach near you. International Walk to School Day is October 8th. Please be careful when walking to school. Indigenous People Day and Columbus Day are both October 13th. And then finally, we just celebrate Lights On After School Day on October 23rd. Phew, lots of things in October. Following the incident at Evergreen High School last month, DCSD hosted a School Safety and Security Forum. I want to sincerely thank our board directors,
our law enforcement partners, and of course, Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, Assistant Superintendent Windsor, our principals that were there, and of course, our Safety and Security Director, Johnny Grusing, and our Mental Health Director, Stephanie Crawford-Getz. I'm really grateful to everyone for being able to participate in our panel on short notice. It was just so important for us to provide our community with a platform to share their concerns and ask questions about safety protocols here in Douglas County. The most important thing that we can possibly do is keep everyone's children safe. A recording of that forum can be found on the DCSD YouTube channel, and I will be putting out a system-wide communication in the next couple of weeks with some follow-up items that the district is working towards. We always learn every time we hear from our community, and we want to make sure we're being responsive to that. Apple Award nominations are open through October 20th. Be sure to nominate a teacher or staff member who is making a difference in the lives of children. Thank you to the Foundation for Douglas County Schools for hosting the Apple Awards each year. And to all of our public, please nominate someone for an Apple Award. Upcoming bond groundbreakings. So we have our first 2 groundbreakings from the 2024 bond coming up. The Highlands Ranch High School Automotive Program groundbreaking will be October 22nd at 4 p.m. and Legacy Campus Phase 2 on November 13th at 4 p.m. We'll keep you updated on additional groundbreaking dates as they are scheduled. We will be excited this winter to do the groundbreakings for our new elementary schools. Please be sure to attend the 2025 Taste of DCSD event at Rock Canyon High School. The event takes place Wednesday, October 22nd from 4:30 to 7. This is a great opportunity to try student favorite meals and new menu items from our Nutrition Services Department. A huge shout out to our Nutrition Services Department for all that they do and for providing healthy meals for our kids, and all are welcome to the Taste of DCSD. The 2025 DCSD Career Path Expo is taking place Thursday, October 23rd at 6:30 p.m. at the Legacy Campus. This event is hosted each year by our very own District Accountability Committee, as well as the Foundation for Douglas County Schools. Attendees will learn about the offerings DCSD provides to students, such as career and technical education, concurrent enrollment, and work-based learning services. We encourage everyone to come to this event, especially if you are a parent of middle schoolers. Please come on Thursday, October 23rd with your kids and learn about the amazing offerings that we have in our high schools. As you saw in the video earlier, last Monday was the annual Youth Congress event at the Legacy Campus. This event was hosted by the Douglas County Youth Initiative, and they shared with us that this was the largest attendance in Youth Congress history. 189 students and 30 adults participated in this year's event. Thank you to the Student Advisory Group for hosting the student-led Board of Education Candidate Forum last Monday. A recording of the forum can be found on the DCSD YouTube channel. Our kids did an amazing job moderating the debate, and we're very proud of them. Thanks to everyone that attended last Wednesday's Together for Success mini conference for families of students with disabilities at the Legacy Campus. We had a great turnout of about 100 parents, and they engaged in sessions focusing on meeting the individual needs of all of our kids. Last week, the Colorado Department of Education was in DCSD visiting schools and meeting with leaders, staff, and students as part of their 5-year gifted education monitoring process. We appreciate all of our schools that hosted these visits. DCSD really shined with the support and programming we provide for our gifted students. We also want to thank DC Geek for meeting with the facilitators and providing a parent's perspective about support for gifted students. All right, I'm almost done. Get ready to turn the page together. Our district's One Book, One District celebration begins the week of November 3rd, featuring To See an Owl by Matthew Cordell as our shared read. It's a fantastic book. On November 5th, we're thrilled to welcome Matthew Cordell himself for a special virtual author visit, a rare opportunity to hear directly from the creative mind behind this inspiring story. Through themes of perseverance, nature, wonder, quiet observation, and supportive relationships, this book offers something meaningful for every reader, whether in elementary, middle, or high school. Together, let's read, reflect, and connect around this extraordinary story that reminds us of how reading can unite our entire community. I had the privilege of being able to read this story on video that will be on YouTube channel. It's a really great book. And then finally, just a reminder, next week, October 13th through 17th, is fall break. It always is perfectly timed because right when everyone is getting very tired, it is fall break. We wish our staff and students a relaxing and recharging week. For our staff, please make sure you turn on your out of the office reply and truly take a week to spend with your family so that you can return refreshed and ready to serve our amazing students. We appreciate all that you do, and happy fall break. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. All right, moving into item number 6, public comment. Tonight, 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. Please keep your comments appropriate for a K-12 audience and adjust the microphones so that we can hear you. We will start with our remote speakers and then move to our in-person speakers. So we have Jennifer Peiniger and then Jason Hurd.
She is not online.
Okay, Jason Hurd.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our outgoing board majority on a job well done. They leave a legacy of the highest CMAS scores in the metro area, including highest in most areas for minorities and ESL students. This board majority will no doubt sleep well at night, knowing that they have left a legacy of higher teacher pay, low attrition, and high test scores. Thank you and the other 3 board members for this selfless act of public service. These achievements set up the district for an improvement plan that starts from a position of strength. I do want to highlight that in my door knocking efforts for the Common Sense slate, many people are concerned about the return of the teachers' unions and a collective bargaining agreement. Since the left-wing slate has sought out endorsement from the American Federation of Teachers and accepted maximum legally permitted donations, it stands to reason that a CBA would return our district when it has proven it can prosper without it. It also stands to reason that the ideological dogma that comes with union involvement would also return with it. In addition, given the union's reputation in Douglas County, it may be difficult to convince the voters to fund future efforts by the board if the union is behind it. It's clear that our district has prospered without a union, and this coming election is crucial to that path forward. If we wish to keep the district on an upward trajectory and not go backwards to the days of union political ideologies and control, then please vote for the Common Sense Board of Smith, Gamble, Kramer, and Vail on November 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jennifer Peiniger online? Okay. We'll move to in-person. Martha Carver, Brianna Ranger, and then Kelly Densler.
Hi, my name is Martha Carver, and I'm with Grandparents for Kids, and I have a couple grandparents here who agreed with my statements and wanted to stand here. So as you near the end of your term on the school board, we wish to express our sincere gratitude to Directors William, Winiger, Myers, and Moore for your dedicated service to the Douglas County School Board and for the values you bring to our community's educational leadership. Values such as academic excellence, fiscal responsibility, parental involvement, and school choice, all of which have benefited the residents of Douglas County. In a time when education faces increasing challenges and polarization, your steady leadership and decisions have ensured our school district remains focused on students. You have done the right thing, even when facing opposition. Your letter to the Colorado High School Activities Association and the Colorado legislators have not gone unnoticed. We thank you for standing strong in support of students. Your work has helped foster an environment where families feel respected and students are encouraged to reach their highest individual potential. You allowed parents to choose whether to mask or vaccinate their child. CMAS scores are higher than 4 years ago. Career and technical education has expanded with increased opportunities for students, whether through training for a trade or earning college credits. The graduation rate has risen to 92%. You stood up to the federal government by refusing to change your policy to allow biological boys and girls sports. Thank you for your time, energy, and unwavering dedication to Douglas County's future. Your service makes a meaningful difference, and we are proud to have leaders like you guiding our schools. We hope the school board will continue to build on these successes. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of a parent who wishes to remain anonymous. She'd like to urge the district to revise board files JLF and JLFR, which govern mandatory reporting of child abuse and neglect to comply with Colorado's Child Protection Act. What is often overlooked is that abuse doesn't only happen at home. It can and does occur at school, especially for our children with disabilities. Every staff member has a duty to recognize and report harm, and the district must ensure that staff are trained to recognize all forms of abuse, including abuse inflicted by a colleague. These policies state that an act of a school official is not considered abuse if it was performed in good faith. That statement can excuse harmful actions or shift accountability away from schools. This year, my friend's autistic daughter has suffered repeated harm in a district affective needs program. She has been physically restrained 4 times, once until she collapsed. Locked alone between fire doors, confined in a closet, secluded in a classroom, and yelled at repeatedly. And despite a healthcare plan for chronic kidney failure, she was also denied water multiple times. What's most disturbing is that this habitual use of restraint and seclusion are rarely reported properly as required by board policy JKA. If you remember, my own son was also secluded last year, and it was never reported to me either. These are forms of emotional, mental, and physical abuse that cause deep trauma and risk serious medical harm, especially for a child with disabilities. Yet her mother's concerns were dismissed, and they were even threatened with a child welfare report because of her daughter's disability-related behaviors that only occur at school. This policy is supposed to prevent this. Yet because current policy heavily suggests abuse only happens at home, school abuse is overlooked. That must change. We urge the board to 1, revise these policies to clearly include abuse by staff in all sections, or as CDHS's Child Welfare Division defines, persons responsible for providing out-of-home care. 2, prohibit seclusion and limit restraint to only true emergencies. 3, enforce student health care plans. 4, provide parents with clear resources on their rights and file reports when parents have brought forward concerns of abuse by staff. 5, protect families from retaliation. And 6, train staff to recognize disability-related behaviors and respond with trauma-informed care. Thank you for your time and for taking action to make our schools safe for every child.
Thank you. Kelly Densler, Jennifer Iverson, Anthony Ryan.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Densler, and I am proud to be running for the Douglas County School Board. And though I stand here today as a candidate, I am also the parent of a DCSD kindergartner, and for 10 years, I was a teacher. Last Wednesday, a member of the opposing slate surprised me by claiming that actually we don't need educators on the school board because, quote, the board of Starbucks isn't comprised of bean farmers and baristas. Of course, that comment was directed at me and at the candidates I'm running alongside, since the 4 of us have over 33 years of combined experience in education and his slate has 0. And look, I don't believe in swinging at every pitch, but I do think it's important to talk about that comment. Because let's be clear, it was deeply disrespectful and elitist, and it reveals what he and others may think of educators. that they are no more than day laborers and subject to the whims of individuals who come to this dais not understanding that education is a calling. The message was that educators, like hardworking farmers or baristas, are, in his mind, beneath him. They are unworthy. They don't get to comment on things. They don't get to share opinions. They don't get to stand up for what they believe. They don't get to ask for things. They are only allowed to be asked. Asked to teach their content, yes, but asked to do so much more. To watch for signs of physical, mental, and sexual abuse. And they do. To engage in character education and keep standards high. And they do. Asked to accept the lowest pay in the metro area, and they do. And to keep students safe. Asked to keep these students safe up to and including serving as human shields. And they do. And maybe our current board majority wouldn't have illegally fired the last superintendent or effectively erased the important data we get from Healthy Kids or forced a controversial charter school on our community if only we had more educators as part of it. Because ultimately, if you don't respect teachers, you don't respect students. Dismissing educators with a careless metaphor doesn't make you bold. It shows you don't value the very people who make education possible. And so yes, I stand here as a candidate, a parent, and as a former educator, but I have an ask. I am asking us all, whether you sit up on that dais or you're at home listening, to choose better. As you make your decisions about the future of our school district, choose kinder words when you speak about educators. Choose to protect our most vulnerable students rather than giving way to culture wars. Choose real problems to solve rather than scoring cheap political points. Choose people who know what it's like to face a room full of kids every day and know that they have been called to this work. I ask us all to choose better. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Iverson, Anthony Ryan, Dee Dee Kramer.
Tonight, I represent Douglas County parents. We are a group of parents and community members deeply invested in the ideals of public education. This grassroots organization began in 2013 when concerned parents came together to refocus our district on what matters most, quality education for every child. We have always supported pro-public education candidates that were not chosen by a political group, but rather encouraged by a group of community members. A Board of Education is supposed to be a nonpartisan institution. Whether you're new to Douglas County or have been here for generations, whether your child is thriving or struggling, we all want the same thing: excellent public schools that serve every child. That's why we're excited to endorse 4 candidates who live these values. DCP proudly endorses Kierzia Parker, a passionate advocate for students from all backgrounds and all abilities, and student well-being. As a mental health professional, DCSD alum, and parent, Kierzia brings a critical voice to ensure every child has the resources and support they need to reach their full potential. DCP proudly endorses Clark Callahan for his decades of experience as a teacher, principal, and education leader. He successfully turned around a charter high school that was on the verge of closing and transformed it into a thriving multi-campus model. Clark knows how to lead schools towards excellence and create opportunities for every student. DCP proudly endorses Tony Ryan, who is deeply rooted in Douglas County and committed to restoring excellence in our schools. As a DCSD alum, educator, and now attorney, Tony brings invaluable legal expertise for navigating complex education laws while always keeping students at the center of every decision. And DCP proudly endorses Kelly Densler, who brings the vital perspective of an experienced educator, works on educational curriculum, and is a parent. Kelly understands the real challenges in classrooms and is committed to caring for students, supporting teachers, and ensuring every family is heard. The Community's Voice, Community's Choice slate brings a combined 33 years of hands-on experience in classrooms and schools, real experience that will make a tangible difference. These 4 candidates are ready to serve and represent you. They are the leadership of our district that our district deserves. DCP encourages you to vote for Parker, Callahan, Ryan, and Densler. Together, let's elect a board that protects all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Ryan, Dee Dee Kramer, Matt Smith.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Ryan, and I'm running to be a director on this board in District D. I want to start by acknowledging the educators in our district and their ability to identify areas where we can improve and their ability to come up with excellent solutions to fill those gaps. I would urge the board to approve all of the suggested curriculum additions that are before it today. The strides we have made in career and technical education seem to be a no-brainer in today's economy. We know that jobs in the fields highlighted by the proposals today have always seen a need, and offering students the opportunity to get credentials in those jobs ahead of time puts DCSD students at the top of the list when applying for those jobs. The expansion of the automotive offerings in the district to EV and hybrid technology helps to keep students at the fore as the auto industry continues to make more inroads into vehicles less reliant on fossil fuels. The diesel program suggested would prove invaluable as the first of its kind in the surrounding area and would likely draw more students into our school system. That program would prove especially powerful in setting kids up for success, given that the majority of the trucks that carry everything across our country run on diesel. Obviously, AI is going to be at the fore of any continuing discussion about education, so approval of the AI and emerging tech pathway is imperative to make sure that our district continues to teach students about that rapidly changing landscape. The end goal of developing a prototype or app related to those technologies could open numerous doors to the students who choose to take advantage of that program. I also want to applaud the addition of concurrent enrollment credits as suggested along with a lot of these choices. Concurrent enrollment gives our families the opportunity to save money and make sure all students and families have access to further learning opportunities. ASL 5 as proposed would seem to prepare students to advance the needs of the deaf community in addition to furthering their own language knowledge. The class could very well result in real changes to the protections afforded the deaf community, along with furthering initiatives to reduce barriers and access that the hearing community may not even fathom. Finally, the partner theater course highlights exactly why I was drawn to theater myself. The community aspect. It's hard to overstate just how powerfully working on a production can bring groups together and empower every single person involved. Pulling in students with support needs only furthers that sense of community and empowerment. I would encourage the board to approve every single new course proposed and would encourage everyone listening to attend the final show of Partner Theater to see the culmination of their efforts. Once again, I am Tony Ryan. Ballots are due by 7 p.m. on November 4th. Make your voice heard in Douglas County schools and get out there and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Dee Dee Kramer, Matt Smith, Lacey Gansey.
Hi. I am Dee Dee Kramer. I'm here not just as a candidate, but a community member and as a mom. Like so many parents, I've watched my daughters work hard, getting up early for practice, pushing through injuries, and balancing schoolwork, and learning the life lessons that come of being part of a team. Sports have given them the confidence, discipline, and friendships that'll last a lifetime. That's what Title IX was meant to protect. Equal opportunities for girls, not to erase the very protections that help many of us succeed. For over 50 years, Title IX has opened doors for female athletes in sports, scholarships, and leadership. Those gains were built on understanding that biological differences matter in competition. Allowing biological males to compete in girls' sports or access girls' locker rooms and bathrooms undermines both safety and fairness. This isn't about discrimination. It's about protecting integrity of women's sports and ensuring that every girl feels safe, respected, and supported. We can have compassion for all students while maintaining clear boundaries that keep girls' sports for girls. We want to give our daughters the same opportunities and protections that generations of women have fought for. The right to compete on fair playing field and have safe spaces where they can grow and thrive. This isn't about hate or exclusion. It's about love, about protecting our girls, their safety, their dignity, and their right to fairness. Let's honor the intent of Title IX and keep girls' sports for girls. Our daughters, for our daughters and for every young woman who will come after them. On November 4th, I hope that you will vote for Gamble, Kramer, Smith, and Vale.
Thank you. Matt Smith, Lacey Gansey, Clark Callahan.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Matt Smith, and I'm also running for the Douglas County School District Board here. I came into this room about 5 years ago and started making public comment for several of you that sit up there today. And I want to make sure that I take the time to thank you for setting the district up for success at this time. Right now, Douglas County is doing so well. #1 in the metro area, 92% graduation rate. And this is thanks to 3 and 4 of you coming in later, Tim. But, thank you guys so much for setting this district up. One of the key things you did right away was making sure that children were back in school, masks are removed, and you made a vital superintendent change that set this district up for success. Tonight, I'm here to talk about Title IX. But first I want to make sure Title IX to me is about safety, and we are big on safety inside of the Common Sense DCSD campaign. That's both physical safety with SROs and things of that nature. I found out today that while we have no national endorsements, our opponents have several, and one of those endorsements is by a group that publishes as a guide of how to remove SROs from the schools. So just make sure that you're doing your research into things that are being said and then things that people are doing behind the scenes when it comes to affiliations, and make your vote count. Title IX, I think, is a very important topic. We are the only candidates that are advocating to protect girls and keep biological boys out of girls' sports, their bathrooms, and their locker rooms. This is a tough issue to talk about. It really needs a lot of care and compassion for implementation, and we understand that. However, I've been out talking to voters for months. This has been at fairs, this has been door knocking, this has been all over the place online, at ice cream socials in the middle of Highlands Ranch. And I can tell you the one thing that voters care about is making sure that we're protecting girls in their sports and in their spaces. Nationally, this is a 94% issue for Republicans and a 69% issue for Democrats, that they all agree that girls should be protected in their sports and in their spaces. If you take that same statistic nationally and put it into Douglas County, which is traditionally more of a conservative area, it's probably even higher here. And I can tell you that just based on the conversations, I believe that it is. I don't know what you're talking about tonight because it's an executive session, but I hope that the district is going to make a clear position on Title IX and its protections for girls' sports. Because unfortunately, I didn't want to bring this up, but Director Geiger has been going around under his official Facebook account, making comments on posts, where I'm advocating for the protection of girls' sports in their spaces, and he is clearly advocating against it. I don't know if he's authorized to speak on behalf of the board or the district in that manner. However, I hope after executive session, you can let us, the public, know what's going on. This November 4th, make sure you vote Gamble, Kramer, Smith, and Vale. Thank you.
Thank you. Lacey Gansey, Clark Callahan, Allison Ridwell.
Good evening. What better day to remind you of my son than 5 days before his 17th birthday and in the middle of National Bullying Prevention Month? Very fitting because once again, Aaron Kane and this board have shown me exactly how little they care about preventing harm to marginalized children during or after bullying. Good evening. My name is Lacey Gansey, mother of Jeremiah Gansey, one of the 4 children, and the center of the Castle Rock Middle School hate crime case. It has been 901 days since April 20th of 2023, the first day I stood in this building begging this district to protect my children. It's also the 3rd homecoming my son has missed. 901 days of excuses, spin, cruelty disguised as governance. Let's stop pretending that this is about this board. It's about 4 of you. It's about Becky Myers, Christy Williams, Kaylee Weiniger, and Tim Moore. 4 people who used their seats to play politics with our children's lives. While my son was being called the N-word, compared to a monkey, threatened, cotton thrown at him, and tormented at Castle Rock Middle School, the 4 of you were busy hiding behind lawyers and pretending to care about all students. You sat in these chairs straight-faced while a black child was stripped of his safety, his dignity, and all in your district. And then you had the audacity to act like you were the victims of bad press. Becky, you preach transparency, yet you move in silence whenever the truth gets uncomfortable for you. Christy, you claim policy, but no policy excuses moral rot. Kaylee, you post Bible verses about compassion. Show me where in Scripture it says ignoring the suffering of a child. And Tim Moore, you're just a newer face in the same rotten machine. Watching, saying nothing, pretending neutrally while kids bleed out emotionally in your schools. You've turned Douglas County into a cautionary tale. You've made mothers like me fight for oxygen in rooms that were supposed to protect children. You've buried evidence, deflected questions, and weaponized process to hide cowardice. And now, even as your term collapses, you still find ways to chip away at what's left. Like your little stunt with the student survey, changing it to opt-in just to make sure you collect less of the truth. Because heaven forbid data proves what parents have been screaming for years, that this district is sick and it starts with leadership. You may think tonight is just another speech you can outlast from me, but this is a eulogy for your credibility, your district careers, and your illusion of control.
15 seconds
You will not
remaining.
rewrite what happened to my family. You will not gaslight us in history. The damage you've done will take years to undo. Generations of students will walk through hallways on your apathy. You wanted silence, you got a mother with receipts. You wanted compliance, you got defiance.
Thank you. Clark Callahan, Allison Ridwell, Keaton Gamble.
Good evening. I'm here to say thank you. As someone who is currently running to hopefully sit where you do, I have a newfound respect for the work that you do and have done. Today, as I pulled in for parent-teacher conferences at my son's school, I looked up at one of the big white signs that lists all the things that are being done based on the work that you all have done to pass the bond and the mill levy. And I had a great sense of gratitude for the schools that you have helped make safer. I have gratitude that you listened to our superintendent when the ask was made to help make our schools safer and better for our kids. Some of you made that vote with your supporters saying a lot of rude things about you. Thank you for standing up for our kids, our educators, and our community, and showing those of us who hope to come after you how to put politics aside and do what is right for kids and educators. For those of you who are not running, again, that's a noble legacy to lead. For those of you who are staying, it's an important legacy to uphold. Thank you for making our schools safer, our teachers more competitively compensated, and our community a better place.
Sorry, Allison Ridwell and Keaton Gamble.
By now, we've all seen the statistics on the incredible academic progress that Douglas County School District has made under the leadership of the current conservative majority. We've documented the dramatic improvement in CMAS scores pre-COVID to today. These facts offer a stark contrast to other districts in the metro area. We can also point to the fact that DCSD has the lowest staff turnover in the Denver metro area with a 73% satisfaction rate. That is in no small part to the principals who've worked very hard with Superintendent Kane to boost culture and climate. I hope this community understands that allowing a collective bargaining agreement with the union will mean a loss of autonomy for those very same hardworking principals. It would pit teachers against their leaders and tie the hands of those who want nothing more than to support both teachers and students. A collective bargaining agreement restricts how administrators can address issues. It will delay action if a staff member consistently fails to implement IEP accommodations. putting students like my son at risk of regression or harm. Parents are guaranteed a legal voice in the IEP process under IDEA. Union negotiations, however, prioritize a collectivist interest which do not align with what is best for students, requiring intensive supports. Just look at what is happening right now, a few miles south in D11. A politically motivated union-forced strike means loss of learning for all students, a learning loss which may never be regained by those with IEPs. That strike will cause strife and instability for parents, teachers, and staff alike. The very reason we've been able to pass funding over the last couple of years is because we have a balanced school board that represents our community as a whole. We must continue to maintain the stability and common sense of conservative-led majority board. That is why on November 4th, I will be voting for Gamble, Kramer, Smith, and Vail.
Thank you. Keaton Gamble.
Good evening. I'm Keaton Gamble of Gamble, Kramer, Smith, and Vail. There's been a lot of noise lately about data, demographics, and who cares about which students. Caring isn't delivering self-servicing rhetoric and distorting truth. To be clear, Douglas County didn't close achievement gaps by dividing students into groups of immutable characteristics or creating new bureaucracies. We did it by teaching every child to the highest standards, supporting needs, and measuring success by outcomes, not ideology. Our district now leads the metro area in academic performance without a DEI department, without lowering expectations, and without losing sight of what matters most: strong instruction, accountability, and partnership with parents. Douglas County continues to close achievement gaps while DPS has massive gaps, despite their allocation of resources focused specifically on those gaps. That's not ignoring data, that is data. It's proof that when focus stays on literacy, discipline, and high expectation, every student benefits. Although we've come a long way, we are never done improving. The results aren't cause for resting on our laurels, but they are an indicator that we are on the right path. We don't need politics to tell us how to care about kids. True fairness means giving every student the same opportunity to reach the heights of their potential. Douglas County is running more efficiently than ever, better results, lower turnover, higher teacher satisfaction because decisions are guided by evidence and mission, not by ideology. That's the kind of focus our community deserves to see continue: data-driven, student-centered, and accountable to outcomes, not rhetoric. Vote Gamble, Kramer, Smith, and Vail. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes public comment. On to item number 7, the adoption of consent agenda. Do I have a motion concerning consent agenda?
Move to adopt consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers? Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. And number 8 is approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes from the regular meetings held on August 19th and September 9th, and also from the special meeting held on September 9th. Do I have a motion? Yes.
Question, could we take separate votes on these? Thank you.
Yes. So we will start with the regular meeting minutes for August 19th. Do I have a motion? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Director Thompson.
I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that the minutes got updated from their original posting last week, and then updated again a little bit ago.
Motion to approve.
Can we?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just curious if there are changes. It's really important we're able to track those. So maybe the superintendent can speak to any edits or changes and point those out so we can see.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank the board for their patience as we navigate our new board software and the connection that it makes to generating minutes, because we still had a few settings off. And I also want to thank Director Thompson for pointing out earlier today, a couple of mistakes in the minutes, or really a couple of settings we had to fix in the software. The first is that roll call needed to list the actual names, and while it was in our system, there was a setting that wasn't putting the roll call into the minutes. The second was to make it very clear that where the votes are listed after the items instead of before the items. And then I want to make sure that I state all the changes. They were very minor, but also very necessary. And I think I got them all. So unless Director Thompson thinks of one I forgot, because she's been so great about it.
Yeah, I hadn't looked since the very last update. I'm just assuming that the one of our votes, it just was a misrepresentation of the numbers. But did it get posted?
It has, yeah. And we certainly understand, whatever you all need to do, but we wanted to be as responsive as quickly as we possibly could to some of those errors. And again, I take full responsibility. I just want to thank you for your patience because, as I said, we do have a new system. The system automatically generates the minutes based on what's being put in. And so we're just getting used to how that works exactly. We will have this down to a science in another meeting.
Director Thompson, was it one specific meeting that, and we
Yeah,
can always
so-
postpone this vote if you don't feel comfortable?
Yeah, I'm just trying to reopen it, because I think I'm getting the old version when I click on it. So our September meeting, it was the opt-in survey vote. I had made a motion as well, and it said that one passed. I mean, I'm definitely happy if we want to make that the record, but that's not what happened, so. It just didn't refresh for me, so I'm just trying to.
I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now, Director Thompson.
Okay. Yeah, it's showing me a broken link, that's all. And then the last update was just the title of our executive session. It just said board retreat.
That one has been fixed. Let's see.
We can just table the regular board meeting for September 9th and just bring the August 19th board meeting minutes and then a special meeting.
There is a problem on the August 19th minutes as well, in that the program seems incapable of counting. It's got at least 3 8-0 votes.
Fantastic.
Okay,
Why don't we
Yes.
take the minutes back and we'll take another round at making sure that when we generate them, they don't generate in some kind of weird way. So thank you again for your patience. We really appreciate it.
So do I have a motion then to table these minutes until the November 11th meeting?
So move.
Oh, some of them are counting you, that's why.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Geiger and second by Weiniger to table until the November 11th meeting. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Thanks for the effort, guys.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0.
Just for the public, we have a brand-new program for all of our agendas and all of our minutes, and this is not a failure by administration. This is trying to get the new system working right. So this is not meant as a criticism of either the board secretary or the superintendent.
Director Meek.
Yeah, and since it is a new system, I think if we could also get clarity on when anything changes, how we will mark that on the agenda, because it's really hard to track changes without it being clearly flagged. And so knowing it's a new system, I'm not sure if we know how that works quite yet, but if we could have that information, that would be really helpful.
You bet. We will communicate a detailed process on that.
All right, great. We will then move in to the next item, which is our study action items. We'll start with our school capacity and boundary analysis, streamline limited impact process or the SLIP process in Southeast Castle Rock for a 10-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A.
Right. Hello, directors. Good evening. My name is Siobhan Caldwell, and I'm the planning manager in the
district's planning and construction department. And as the title reflected, this is a recommended boundary change, specifically of the Oaks subdivision in southeast Castle Rock. And the recommended change is from its current assignment of Southridge Elementary to Flagstone Elementary, and effective immediately if adopted by the board. I just wanted to provide a little reminder of what SLIP is. So this is a process, a standard process that was developed by staff with the help of the Long Range Planning Committee back in 2019 for those changes that represent minimal impact to DCSD households and can be done in a little bit more straightforward, quicker process. So there's the criteria there. This is for changes that are cleaning up geographic anomalies. These changes have to affect less than 10 or fewer DCSD current families or households. They're typically proactive reassignment to schools with capacity, so we're trying to get ahead of develop and assign areas before homes and students are there. And if they represent a minimal or no impact to transportation. So they qualify for a SLIP change. So this recommended change does qualify as a SLIP change. This map here shows the area proposed for change. You can see there its current assignment, again, is Southridge Elementary. And it is directly adjacent to and borders the Flagstone Elementary attendance area. This is just a zoomed in portion. As you can see, again, this is the Oaks of Castle Rock Development, filing 3. It's totally built out. As you can see, these homes were completed and occupied in about the 20 to 2022 timeframe. In the area proposed for change that's zoned to Southridge, there's currently 4 total students in 2 households. 3 of those students already attend Flagstone Elementary and 1 attends World Compass Academy. The area proposed for change, again, there's about 50 households there. And that's it. So our justification, our reasoning for why we're recommending this, why we're bringing this to you, primarily we're trying to solve a transportation issue before we have it. We're trying to get ahead of a transportation issue. So this was actually brought to us by our transportation department. Ooh, that's the wrong way. So what they told us and what we gathered is that if a family were to move in today into the area currently zoned to Southridge and need transportation to their school of attendance, this area would be being double bused. So they currently have a route that services the Flagstone area, a bus stop right there that could easily absorb these kiddos to Flagstone Elementary. If they were to go to Southridge Elementary, they would have to add another route most likely, or at the least an additional stop that would significantly extend the route length. And that's related to that third bullet point there. I need a zoomed out map of this, but this area actually is more convenient and accessible to Flagstone Elementary than it is to Southridge. There's no connection to Plum Creek Parkway or Southridge Elementary from this neighborhood yet. The only connection right now is out to Ridge Road, there to the east of the development. So it's about a 6-minute ride to Flagstone currently and about an 8 to 9 minute ride to Southridge. Again, minimal impact to DCSD households. Not only would this change be a minimal no impact, it would directly benefit those students currently attending Flagstone, as they would have access to district transportation. And then it's not listed there, but I wanted to highlight that this is bringing a development that's currently split into 2 attendance areas under 1 cohesive attendance area. So bringing this into 1 school community with this change. We did want to outline and be transparent with everybody that we vetted this through, that there is additional development being proposed that we anticipate seeing in the next 2 to 5 years, extending up to Plum Creek Parkway here. An additional 114 homes are proposed. Wanted to be clear that we are not proposing that area for reassignment to Flagstone at this time. And that is because we need additional capacity at Flagstone to absorb the growth from the current overflow areas of Montaigne and Crystal Valley Ranch. So here's who we worked with. We vetted this internally with DCSD staff, transportation. Again, they're the ones that brought this to us. And generally, all the feedback we received was positive and in favor of this change. We worked with the principals to inform them. Their questions primarily were on what's the future anticipated growth of this area. We don't anticipate any future growth of the area proposed for change. It's fully built out. So what we have is currently what we're forecasting. Student data, open enrollment, we spoke directly with the families impacted, had a phone conversation with them. They were in favor and supportive of the change. Notified all residents via certified mail, and then this was briefed at the LRPC September and August meeting, I believe, and the committee voted unanimously to recommend the boundary change to the Board of Education. So with that, here's the recommendation for the board. Action, approval of school reassignment for households located in the Oaks of Castle Rock, filing 3, from Southridge Elementary School to Flagstone Elementary School. And any questions with that?
Just a really quick question. You said this is immediate, like we're talking next week?
We're recommending effective, we would make the boundary change right now. So because it's not impacting any DCSD households and wouldn't have any impact to enrollment, we want to avoid a family potentially moving in and having to double bus that neighborhood. So it would be effective immediately. And that's how it was communicated to families and staff.
Great. Director Weiniger?
Just a comment that I love how it came about organically with the transportation department, and you guys listened to them and heard them and came up with a solution for it and did all the groundwork necessary to present to us. So
Thank you.
Well done on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Thompson?
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. It was helpful. This is just a point of clarity. When we send out the certified mailers regarding like going through a slip process, what do the mailers include?
Oh, that's a good question, and I'll be sure to include a version of the mailer that we sent out in future presentations. So it's, an explanation of the change, map. We always include a map that shows where the change is being made, an explanation of how it impacts their students. So if it's an impact to immediate enrollment or future enrollment, the board date, so they can come and speak if they'd like to, and then, our contact information in the planning office for any questions or concerns. So that's typically it. And then again, what does this mean to your household, and what does this mean for your current and future enrollment, and the options that, that are given to them regarding transportation and school enrollment.
Thank you. All elements I assumed that were in there, including an opportunity to give feedback.
Yeah.
And just for sake of the conversation, did we hear any concerns from those residents?
We didn't. They were in favor. One family, there's so few families, I don't want to call out specific individuals, but one of the families was like, I brought this to you guys. And we're like, oh, okay. So in support of the change.
All right, thank you. And thank you to the LRPC as well for their work on this.
Great. Director Geiger?
Briefly, this is exactly why we have SLIP, and I really appreciate how carefully thought out this was and what it was done. Warning for anybody who's ever going to sit on the board, there are a number of these sitting out here, these little fresh builds, that kind of thing. And some of them are going to be much bigger, and some of them are going to be much more challenging. I think we have this process down now, and I appreciate how carefully it was done and how well it was presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. We are not voting on this, correct? We don't need to vote on this?
It's a request for vote, yes.
So it says info only, so I just want to make sure that we are allowed to.
Diligent.
No, so I don't.
I'm going to look to Council Klemesh about that. Yeah, that's okay. The agenda indicates info. It doesn't say info only, but it does say info after the scuba agenda item. And the question is, can they vote on this now? I assume the answer is yes, but I thought I would check.
We can go ahead and vote on this, even if the board makes a motion to approve it. And my apologies, I don't.
No,
I
no
don't have a
worries.
microphone.
I just, with the new system, again, we're learning all the things, so, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so then do I have a motion regarding the scuba and slip process?
Move to adopt the proposed boundary changes pursuant to the scuba and slip process as described.
Second.
Okay, motion by Geiger, second by Meek. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. All right, into 9.2, the approval of the District Accountability Committee Unified Improvement Plan recommendations for a 10-minute presentation and a 10-minute discussion.
Perfect. Well, good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to presenting the Unified Improvement Plan and the work of the District Accountability Committee. To lay the foundation of the District Accountability's involvement in this process, part of their responsibilities as laid out in the bylaws and also their statutory requirements, the District Accountability Committee plays an integral role in the development and implementation of the Unified Improvement Plan. This is the specific language from that statute as a reference. We spend quite a bit of time talking about this, and I'll show you the timeline in just a moment. I'd also like to thank three of you for helping to participate in this. President Williams, Director Meek, and also Director Geiger is stepping in this last time as well. From a timeline perspective, the timeline for us to revise our Unified Improvement Plan and to submit it each year is very, very quick. We get our data back in the summer, with some of the data coming back June, July, but the bulk of it coming in August. Once we receive that data, we immediately start our work in reviewing the data and our previous action plans within the Unified Improvement Plan and making revisions. We have several times connect with the District Accountability Committee at regularly scheduled meetings, but we also host a work session to really dive in deep into the data and give them an opportunity to really answer any questions that they have in regards to the data. Tonight brings us to October 7th, where I'm presenting the recommendation. It is due to the state on October 15th through their electronic system. Then throughout the rest of the remaining parts of the year, we spend time reviewing additional data releases and updating action steps as necessary. Some plan considerations. These are some of the major considerations that go into the work of creating and revising a plan. Certainly, the board's goals and ends play a dramatic role in where we start. The strategic plan, as we're starting that conversation, we'll certainly see more language of the strategic plan as we continue to roll pieces of that out. And there's some other things that we do consider, some of the requirements from different state programs. There are State Board of Education decisions that we have to pay attention to as they may change the accountability system or some of the data cut scores. So these are all things that we consider as we're drafting and revising that plan. You all have seen this, you're familiar with these, but we keep this as the cornerstone of the conversation with the District Accountability Committee, which are your ends, which were approved last year. In terms of this plan, some of the major improvement strategies, these are the broader themes in the plan itself. The first is implement and align instruction to Colorado academic standards. Really, that's the cornerstone of the work that we do, is to ensure that when we're working with curriculum resources that have instructional strategies that's aligned to the Colorado academic standards. We also work really hard to make sure that we have alignment between what is offered universally, what we do for targeted and intensive instruction. If you think of an RTI pyramid, really that's tier 1, 2, and 3. We also spend quite a bit of time talking about an integrated multi-tier system of support. Academics just don't live in isolation. We also have to consider other data sources in evaluating student performance. And lastly, one area that we're working and focusing in on is improving multilingual graduation rates. That was a graduation rate that we've been monitoring for the last several years to make sure that we close that gap with that particular rate. This is not an exhaustive list of all of the action steps. You all have access to the entire plan itself, but I did want to highlight some of the action steps that we started last year and have continued, and also some of the new steps that we have discussed in a variety of different conversations, but I wanted to bring it together so that you can see the cohesiveness of the plan. So one of the things that we have really strived for, math and numeracy. Several years ago, we jumped into the conversation with literacy, and we have been adding numeracy as part of that conversation with evidence and research-based instructional strategies, as well as providing resources for teachers and schools, universal resources to help with instruction. A few things that I'm going to highlight in the bottom list of bullet points. Assessment and data practices. One of the shifts that we have constant conversations about, as a matter of fact, I just met with a staff today, is the transition to the digital assessment with PSAT and SAT. This is going to take us time for our students, our teachers, and our families to adjust to this new world that we live in terms of this new digital administration. It is a different feel, it is a different flow, and it is a different experience for our students. So we'll continue to have a focus in on making sure that that transition continues to go smoothly. Another thing that I want to highlight from this particular slide is research and evidence-based practices within writing. It has been an overwhelming theme as we're talking to schools, specifically with CMAS, is to improve writing. Every school that I go to, they're asking questions about how can we improve writing scores. CMAS is different than standardized tests that I was familiar with as a kid, where it was just filling in a bubble. I got very good at that. This test is more rigorous than that because it requires students to respond in writing. That level of thought is really hard for students to do, and so we're seeing lots of requests for that. And one of the strategies is, we call it SRSD because we love acronyms, which is self-regulated strategy development. It's strategies to give students to be able to have a structure to be able to respond to writing, regardless of the scenario. A few other things that I do want to highlight from this particular slide. One is the very last bullet point. We have talked about that in the past in terms of adding additional reading risk screening. We're really excited about starting with kindergarten this spring. That's part of our work that we're launching into this fall, as well as planning for what that's going to look like next year for grades 1, 2, and 3 as well. It's a major thing for us to take on, but it's something that we're taking on full force, and that's living and breathing in our plan as well. We have been spending the last couple of years talking about core reading program implementation, and that continues to this day. It's been, we're in year 4 for elementary. That is a tremendous lift for our schools to be able to take that on. Specifically, the timing at which they took this on. If you think back 4 years ago, they also did this in light of having the new requirement for training from the Colorado Department of Education. At the same time, we're implementing new assessment changes. So we are very excited to continue this work, to continue to get more and more teachers trained in both benchmark and workshop and wonders. And we also have studies being implemented at our middle schools, which is really exciting to give access to quality program at that level. Professional learning communities, PLCs, you hear that acronym a lot. Again, we love our acronyms. But professional learning communities is a structure which we provide our teachers to be able to have in-depth conversations about student learning. And that's inclusive of looking at student data, student work samples, and identifying key areas of need. A very common conversation that I've had at each school, and it's very unique. One conversation at one school could look totally different than another school, depending on where they are and what their needs are locally. We continue to have a job-embedded professional development to support that work that's done at the school level. One thing I do want to touch base with on this and just highlight is the very last bullet point, is researching opportunities and exploring implementation of dedicated time within the school day, specifically for elementary and middle. That is certainly, if you're dedicated to professional learning communities, one of the things is to look for opportunities to embed that in the workday so that teachers have access to be able to do that work, So that's part of our research for this year, specifically for elementary and middle school. So in terms of alignment of universal targeted intensive instruction, really the reading risk is probably our biggest lift for this year, is adding the additional screening for reading risk. It's not necessarily just the additional screening, it's once you've done the screening, what do you do with that information? We will be spending a whole lot of time learning alongside our teachers in terms of implementing additional screening. We are doing it ahead of schedule, ahead of what the state is requiring. There's also a risk in us doing that because the state will come out and give us more guidance in terms of what assessments are approved, what structures we need to have in place in terms of reporting, and what other requirements with additional screening and how it works with our current READ Act. But we're really excited about starting that work this year. You all have access to the full report. Sometimes it's better to see that report in the state system. When we download this thing as a PDF, it does not look like it looks online. So if you're curious, certainly we can provide you access to that online version if that makes it easier for you. But you do have access to the PDF for that plan. Our recommendation and really request is that the Board of Education adopt the 25-26 Unified Improvement Plan as drafted. We've worked with the District Accountability Committee, and they've also made a recommendation for the same, that the board adopt the 25-26 Unified Improvement Plan as drafted. With that, I'm going to take a breath and open for questions.
Director Meek.
Sure. I just want to thank you for all of your work, Mr. Reynolds, with this, and also acknowledge the DAC. I mean, there are so many meetings that go into this, and all of the work that you do to prepare the DAC to go through those recommendations. I did have a question for the board and then a couple of additional comments. I'm just curious if we would find it helpful to actually have the DAC be here to recognize them for their work during a recommendation presentation like this, moving forward. It feels.
I think last year we actually offered that, but I'm not sure that we did this year. I wasn't
Okay.
at the last meeting, sadly. I had a sick kiddo, so Director Geiger stepped in for me. But I know last year we did offer that, but I'm not sure we did this year.
Yeah.
I did not raise it, and I apologize.
No, that's okay. I mean, sitting here listening, I'm thinking it would have been nice to thank the committee that really did put a lot of effort and time. They have a whole special meeting in addition to go through this work. And so, so for those DAC members that are listening, a huge thank you. And we, I'm sure we'll express our thanks at the next DAC meeting. But it would be nice to always offer that, for sure. If you could go to slide 9, please, on the presentation. I'm really thankful that you're kind of showing some of this history because we've heard a lot about, you know, our phenomenal test scores, and they are worth celebrating, and all of the accomplishments. What I appreciate about this is it didn't just happen. 4 years ago, a core reading program was put in place for the first time in our district. And so that was 4 years ago, but it was approved when Superintendent Thomas Tucker was here. So, because I remember approving the core reading curriculum, right? Is that when that approval happened?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, things take time, right? So it was approved, it was purchased, and then all of the teachers were trained, and all of those PLCs, which are really highlighted on the next slides. So I just think it's really important to acknowledge all of the work in history, and I think acknowledging all of the work that our teachers have done. And this 4 years ago, 5 years ago timeline was all during COVID, right? So all of this amazing work happened throughout the most complex and challenging time in modern history for education. And so I just want to thank our teachers, our educators, everyone that went above and beyond during the most complex and challenging time in our history and give credit to where it really, truly belongs. How we handled COVID has resulted in exactly the test scores we have today. I mean, I just think I don't want to have things politicized. I want credit to go to where it belongs. And so I just really want to acknowledge and highlight all of the people who have come before us to create the results that we have today. And the results we have today are worth celebrating. So thank you again for the presentation, and thank you to DAC.
Director Geiger?
I echo all of that. And unquestionably, I think there is no doubt that our CMAS scores increases are because of our systemic work on reading. I don't think there's any doubt that our improvement in math is because of our systemic addressing of that. And I don't have much doubt that those scores will improve if we work systemically on writing. So thank you for all of that. Thank you for the presentation. I've had a lot of time to contemplate on this since DAC, and it's been really interesting. I do want to talk to you, Mr. Reynolds, about a couple problems that we're finding to be kind of intractable. Our high school performance of particularly our multi-language learners and our students with IEPs is not showing the same growth. As a matter of fact, it's flat, sometimes even less. Obviously, we have the switch over to digital, which may be impacting some of that. Can you tell me, I think we need to address groups and individuals. There are people who disagree with me. I don't think we should ever care about certain groups. But what in this UIP do you think is different that's going to help us address first our SAT scores on our IEP students, because that's an important group, and second, how we're going to do better with our multi-language learners? Because while we're doing better in the lower grades, I've still got concerns about what's going on at our high school levels with some of that progress.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Looking at the transition to digital, 100% there's an impact on multilingual learners transitioning to the digital platform. We're seeing that not just in Douglas County, but statewide and nationwide, that impact of that transition. It's a major transition, going from a paper-based to an online version, especially how the test flow is now different. The test flow now is semi-adaptable based on how they answer the questions. And so that has a significant impact, specifically on some of our subgroup populations. In terms of the plan itself, raising additional awareness regarding the impact of having a digital administration of that test is essential for us to move forward with identifying what we're going to do with those specific populations. Now, there are elements within this plan that talk about intensive intervention, universal instruction. As we have shifted towards this new digital administration, we have to reevaluate what it looks like in our high schools in response to having a digital administration. We saw a similar transition with AP testing. When AP testing moved to an online version, we saw similar shifts. As a matter of fact, when we did CMAS years ago, and we transitioned it from TCAPS, CSAP, and those previous versions to an online version, it's a tremendous impact specifically, not only to just all students, but those subpopulations. It's a different environment. It's a different perspective. Now, there are other aspects of the plan too. When you're talking about intensive intervention for students, you have to have a focused area in providing not only universal best instruction aligned to this new assessment, but intensive intervention as well.
We've been talking about this in our UIP for 4 years now. This is an identified concern, and I didn't go back farther than that. I'd be shocked if it wasn't in our previous UIPs. What I don't want is an idea that we're just going to keep trying the same thing. So what do you see, as somebody whose opinion I respect a great deal on this, what do you see in terms of changes over this UIP, over the upcoming UIPs, to address particularly these two subgroups? Because I like the progress in some other subgroups. Free and reduced lunch is getting complicated as well, and how we judge that. But these two subgroups are something that we've not successfully closed gaps on over a period of time. And I want to hear from an expert on education about what we can do, what are we going to do different in the next couple of years? Because you propose a pretty large jump in these scores in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And I want to know, tell me so I understand why you think it's going to get better.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. There are subtleties within the plan itself that have huge impacts on what we're doing really on the ground. So in previous years, when we talk about there's a lack of an implementation of something, that language has shifted to inconsistent. That's a shift in language, only a couple of words, but that's a dramatic difference in how we approach this work. Lack of full systems is different than inconsistent implementation of systems. Very, very large difference, small language changes. But examining what exactly is happening on the ground in terms of what is this assessment asking our students to know and be able to do, and to be able to translate that into action, especially in the way that this new assessment has come out. It's fairly dramatic when the State Board of Education takes it on to change the cut score for a particular assessment in the middle of an administration. That's dramatic. And so that's acknowledging the challenges that our students face within making these changes instructionally. And part of our work right now is also doing a review and audit of programming in our high schools in regards to numeracy and literacy. That's part of the reason why we introduced a middle school core program, is to be able to extend that learning beyond elementary and evaluating what our needs are.
So this gets back, when you say inconsistent, are you meaning teacher by teacher? Are we talking school by school? I mean, are we looking at whether some schools have tactics that are working better than others? I assume that's part of the evaluation process.
The answer to that is yes for all of that.
And Superintendent Kane.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're all good. Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate what Mr. Reynolds said about how we to do a systemic approach, we really focused first on elementary schools and put a lot of focus there. And so if you had looked at our middle school scores, for example, 2 years ago in those same areas, you would have seen some of the things that you're seeing now in high school. But our next focus was getting core programming into our middle schools to get our middle schools really shored up, and they have done an incredible job. And now that we have these students that are working through our system and they're working their way into our high schools, as Mr. Reynolds said, now we're working with our high schools to make sure that we're ready to meet the needs of students that are significantly higher achieving than the students that came before. So we're just continuing to adapt our system to meet the needs, but now our focus is turning very much to our high schools. So I think you will see some changes.
And I appreciate that, and I do believe that a rising tide does lift some boats, or lift all boats, but I want some higher. And so that's, again, that's why I talk about the groups that are challenged. I don't know that there's anybody else doing particularly better than we are, but I want to continue to see that, particularly for these high school students, because this is our last shot at some of these kids, okay? And, we're talking, the end numbers on multilanguage learners is about 500, the end on IEP students is about 400 per class, and that's a big deal. And I want to make sure that every year we're looking at whether or not there's a targeted, consistent intervention that's addressing those questions. One of the things that's in the UIP is that language about inconsistent intervention as to IEPs. How is that supervised? How do we make that better?
So in looking at the supports for students that are on an IEP, there's both a universal and a targeted approach to that. When we talk about universal best instruction, that should be accessible to all students. And so part of our conversations are, what are the universal best practices for math instruction? So if we want to speak to, and I put a link in there so you can explore the space on that in terms of what we're anchoring ourselves against, which is NCTM's effective math strategies of providing professional development with that. I would be remiss if I didn't have our deputy superintendent also chime in.
I've been wanting to, so thank you for giving me that opportunity. So a couple different things in response to this conversation. At the high school level, one of the things that we've been focused on is offering and providing the professional learning and development of our special education teachers around high quality, targeted, and intensive interventions. That is taking us time. As Director Meek had made mention earlier, if you look back at kind of our progress around core literacy, the same applies when it comes to high schools in targeted and intensive interventions. And so we've been really working with training and developing our high school special education teachers around what are some of those high quality targeted and intensive interventions, and within their current structures of support that they provide students, how can they implement those interventions? And that's a work in progress, but that is work that we just had a Friday PD day for our special education teachers last Friday, and some of that time was focused on the continued development of those types of intervention strategies for our high school special education providers.
Thank you. I'm better informed. This is important because we do a lot of stuff up here, policy governance and funding and everything else, but in the end, and I wish we had 40 more people sitting here listening about our UIP, because in the end, this is what we do. Everything else is about how we educate our kids. It's to support educating our kids. And so I think up here, we need to remind ourselves about that and support you in every way we can. I appreciate the DAC. I appreciate I'm better informed than when I walked in here today, and I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, just thank you, number one. I know how much work goes into this. I've sat through the DAC meetings, and great questions are asked. There's always great answers for all those questions, so thank you for being prepared always. And thanks to the DAC, but Director Thompson.
Thank you, Matt, for the presentation. I think some of the points that were brought up earlier really speaks volumes about the importance of teacher retention, especially when we go through all this work training across all these different strategies. So my questions are kind of to help the public a little bit. So for our 4 major strategies, so they're listed on page 6 or slide 6. Now these are, it's been similar across multiple cycles now. I think 4 is pretty self-explanatory, but do you mind just building on, some of these other strategies, why we're seeing them year after year on our UIP? Why does it look like it's the same thing over and over?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's been touched on a few times in terms of our evolution of thought within this process. As you continue to train folks, you deepen understanding, which leads to deeper questions. And to truly improve performance on, like, take number 1, the Colorado Academic Standards, you have to continue to provide training and support for teachers in understanding what those standards mean, what they represent, and what we're truly asking from our students. These standards aren't set in stone. They do change every so often, so we have to stay ahead of that. Thankfully, our ELA standards won't change for several years, but it's a constant evolution of the next layer of conversations as depth and complexity continues to add. A few years ago, writing was not a conversation that was on everybody's mind, but as they continue to dig into their data, they're recognizing that now that they've gotten some universal best practices in reading, they're seeing that data for writing as something that's readily apparent as an area of need, and that our scores need to improve universally. So as this conversation continues to evolve, although the main statements stay similar, we designed this plan to be a multi-year plan, and we make tweaks based on the data that we get back.
All right, thank you for that. And I do want to speak to, if you review over the last few years, our UIPs, you do see that there's this movement towards more quantifiable goals, as well as just improved metrics overall, that I think speaks to the points that you've made and some of the points that were made earlier, which is helpful. I did have a question about your root cause analysis and how you guys determine how granular you're going to go.
Yeah, very interesting question. One of the things that's unique about the online system that we use for the Unified Improvement Plan is we have the ability to look into the plans of individual schools. And not only that, but we can run reports against that. And that's something that we shared with the DAC the last time that we met. is to look individually at individual schools to find out what their priorities are based on their data. I review all data. That's part of my job and part of my role to be able to identify large-scale patterns of behavior. But when we look into individual school UIP, we get to see what are trends with what they're identifying within schools. Writing is a prime example. We see that over and over and over again as a priority that they've identified. We utilize that information to help inform us on what supports we need to provide students as they dive into their own data, specifically within professional learning communities.
So I know that the state template removed the piece on reflection and how well we did on goals from previous years. And so it's still a part of the process, though, and I'm curious what that internal process looks like, even though it's not showing up on the template.
Well, I can give the PC response to that, but I'll just give you the point-blank response. We're never satisfied with our results, and we want to continue to increase our proficiency in all of these data points. So as we set targets from year to year, if there's an opportunity where we don't hit the mark on those, we take a close examination to understand why. What's happening that's making this change or this shift where we're not reaching those goals? It was specifically challenging for us to look into the data for the change in a digital administration. All of the resources also change. So we don't have the same visibility on that test as we did before. And so when we see the shifts in performance, it causes us to ask more questions. Asking more reflective questions about why not getting the results that we intend to have. And so we continue to push that bar. We continue to set those high targets. I think that was mentioned before. We continue to push that envelope, and we know that if we raise that tide for all students, our student performance will respond.
Thank you. I was also thinking about when it comes to reflection, there's milestones with dates in there, and I'm wondering if that's a process that we should be engaging the DAC in throughout the year, like, hey, quick UIP update, we hit this milestone and this is how we're looking, based off of the plan that was developed, or even a communication to the board. I'm not sure what would make that an easier, streamlined process, but I think that would be nice, because then we're thinking about the UIP all year round, and reflecting on those progress and needs that we've identified as the year goes on. So that's just an outstanding thought of mine. And then additionally, I had a little bit more of a specific question. So, you talked about the core reading program, and we technically have 2 programs going right now that have, we're 4 years in. Are we looking to see if one program is working better than the other? Are they performing similarly? I know there are other variables to consider, such as what additional trainings have the specific teachers at that school undergone? Have they done our OG training? Have they done UFly? Are they doing supplemental curriculum to the core reading curriculum that they're doing? So I understand that it's pretty detailed, but just surface level. And that stuff's newer, so it'll take a little while to really see the impact of that. But what have you guys drawn so far?
Yeah, we're currently doing an evaluation of both those programs, of looking at the programs themselves, the components of each program, and the student outcomes associated with each of the schools that are using those programs. That's something that's being conducted this year. That's going to help us look forward. We implemented these programs on, a 6-ish year contract, given that we did a pilot that first year. So in the future, we're going to have to do and make some decisions about, which program or programs we're looking forward to in the future. At the same time, our state has just changed their evaluation processes for what they approve on programs. So we're also reviewing the state's list on what they deem as an acceptable program for the state. And so that'll be part of our, application process when we evaluate programs, is we have to ensure that we're in compliance with the READ Act as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm almost done. One of the milestones included, or let's see, I'm using the wrong term. But anyways, the point was inconsistent data analysis through professional learning communities. And that made me curious, what does data analysis look like through our PLCs?
Yeah, it's actually an interesting question. Today I just met with 2 schools, 2 very, very different conversations with 2 schools looking at data. One of the middle schools that I was visiting today, they were evaluating the data through the lens of how that data connects with standards. So they were looking at their CMAS data and looking at how the data could inform their next steps and evaluating how it's being reported on CMAS as opposed to what they're seeing internally. So that was one conversation. Another conversation I had with a high school was in regards to student engagement. Looking at how students are actually engaged in the assessment process and steps that they could take internally to increase that engagement locally. And so having that conversation as a PLC to look at student data and ask questions about how they can engage students in that process, which is really, really exciting.
Okay, so it's pretty individualized per school, depending on what they're identifying as potential needs.
100%, yes.
All right, and then, and one last thing, so regarding the grad rates for our multilingual learners, so I noticed last year we had, one of the milestones was 100% of secondary schools will create collaborative ML graduation plans. Is that something that we're still doing? Was it something that we didn't get benefit, or students didn't get a benefit from?
Yeah, that's something that we're still doing. The interesting thing about any of these populations is you do have transitions. And so part of our work will continue to revise that of how best to engage those families. That is a major challenge, is how do you engage in families, specifically multilingual learners, to make sure that they're informed about the decisions that are being made and how to support their own child with their education.
And how long has Avid Emerge been one of the action steps?
I may have to phone a friend for this one.
Is that newer?
Year 9.
Year 9?
Year and a half?
1.5 years.
Okay, I'm glad he's there.
Yes.
And do you mind, just quickly, what is Avid Emerge?
It's a specialized program for our multilanguage learners, a resource toolkit that actually creates some universal language around instructional practices to support our students, multilanguage MLL students.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks for all the answers.
All right, so with that, I'm sorry, Superintendent Kane.
My apologies. I just want to emphasize a couple of things real quick. There were a lot of questions around professional learning communities or PLCs, and I do want to re-emphasize the point that one of our challenges is that our elementary and middle schools do not have common schedules with dedicated PLC time. So I just want to, you will hear a lot more about that from us. So I just want to put that nugget out there one more time. And I also want to emphasize that while we have a district-wide unified improvement plan, naturally the trends that we are seeing in a district don't necessarily apply to individual schools. Our schools are individuals, just like our kids. And so each school has its own unified improvement plan that is really customized to the needs of the students in that particular building. So that is it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Matt.
May I just address that? I got my ear bent from a middle school PLC a couple of weeks ago, in a very nice way in response to my questions. So they did not approach me, but I would encourage administration to come to the next board, however it looks, and talk about how we can get more PLC time down the line. Thank you.
All right, so with that, I will honor a recommendation or a motion concerning the UIP that the DAC and Mr. Reynolds have brought forward.
Move to adopt the DAC recommendations in the DCSD 2025-2026 Unified Improvement Plan.
Second.
Okay, motion by Geiger, second by Meek. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
That passes 7-0. Thank you so much for all your work, and thanks to DAC too.
And thank you very much, and really, I do want to say another thank you to the DAC, not just in terms of their attendance, but their overall engagement in this process. They are very, very engaged, and I thank them for that opportunity to work with them.
Yes, awesome. All right, well, we are going to move to recess, and we will be back at 7:05. right, the meeting of the board is back in session. Moving on to item 9.4, growth and decline update for a 10-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A.
Directors, good evening. Thank you for having me. I am joined in this presentation to answer any questions that might be related to her world by our new COO, not so new actually anymore, Jackie Millay. Yeah, newish at this point. Yeah. So growth and decline, just to set the table a little bit more, set the frame a little bit more, is certainly part of our strategic plan. Really touches on all of our cornerstone commitments, particularly thriving schools, thriving communities, and academic excellence. This effort is part of our robust initiatives, specifically plan, build, consolidate, and grow thriving schools. So with that, you've seen this before. Oops. Oh, wow. Okay. So these are not in the original slides that were posted. I just made these changes for me to see. So we can certainly amend those later on. But in any case, so you've seen this before, our timetable. We are now remarkably in phase 3. And I only say remarkably because it's been quite a road for all of you, for all of us. And so again, we're in phase three now, where we're planning and performing building improvements. Actually not quite performing just yet. Our staffing plan is pretty well developed, but we're still working it because there's always just a million nuances. And we're engaging community, staff, families, and helping to facilitate the communities coming together. I got some feedback, got a great question on, so how are you gonna know if you've succeeded or not in this? Again, really, really good question. And the not so easy answer is, for some things are really easy to measure. Did construction finish on time? Okay, were we able to work with staff and get them placed where they wanted to be placed and where it worked great for our kids? Those kinds of things will be pretty easy to assess. The things that are less easy to assess are things like culture. When the two schools come together, what's that new community feel like, particularly for those in the community? And what we have done, what we continue to do, as to those things, really all things, is to talk with our community, talk with our staff, talk with our leaders, and survey everyone just to get a sense for where everybody's at, so that we can not only assess what we have done, but what we may do in moving forward. So again, really good question, and really that probably should be like a phase 4 in fairness, and in any case. So just by way of brief update, we actually created new web pages for each school pairing. And so you can just click on these links and go to the school pairing. That happened over the summertime. It contains a timeline of events for what's going to happen this school year. We actually just recently posted construction renderings for each of the receiving schools. We have archived information, so anything that was posted last year, and boy, there was a lot posted last year, can be found on that archive button. We just today literally posted FAQs that are more germane to what we're hearing this year, among other important information for each of the pairings. In terms of recent events, again, just to set a broad timeline. So beginning of the summer through really today, we've been having construction conversations with school and district leadership, and of course in concert with our bond construction vendors. Those renders that anyone can see on the webpage now are a blueprint of each new receiving building with additions to and modifications to each building. Those are not on the webpage, by the way, for safety reasons. But all of those are a product of conversation between our principals, our district leadership, and our construction vendors. And it's been an awesome, awesome team effort. And part of that is the timing of the construction, okay? The last thing we want, it's going to happen, unfortunately, but we want to minimize the amount of disruption to our kids' learning through this construction period. So part of the conversation most recently is phasing. And again, that's just been a huge team effort. September 22nd through the 26th, fairly recently. We had staff and community meetings regarding construction. We actually showed those renders, and our parents or families who showed up were pretty excited about what they were seeing. Programming, school branding process, and we know that some of our families couldn't make those meetings. So what we did was we recorded them. We posted those recordings. We posted the slide deck. We also posted a survey that they could take as to school branding. So they had the full context before they took the survey. Prior to the branding survey, the week of September 15th and the 22nd, we actually surveyed our families about what they were needing otherwise, what they were thinking otherwise, particularly as to transportation and any other concerns that they had. We gauged their level of interest in things like the school name, school programming, academics, et cetera, just to help us, first of all, to hear them out, and also to help us gauge where our conversations needed to go. We got about 450 responses to that, and so we're really happy with that. We're also maintaining, or we started, I should say, a discrete pairing transition team, which includes all 6 principals, district leadership, SPED, among other teammates, transportation as well, to talk through on a monthly basis those various items that are coming up in terms of the transition to the paired schools, or to the paired schools. We're also carried over our NPAE meetings every other month, which includes district leaders, staff, and community members as well. And those will go through, started in August of 2025 and will go through May of 2026. Where are we going? Starting October through November, this month through November, middle school district leader meetings regarding various items. In fact, we're meeting with our middle school, Hines Ranch middle school principals tomorrow to work through a variety of questions that they have. We actually have, we're going to set within the next couple of weeks, family and community conversations regarding the use of the closing schools. That's going to be a robust conversation for each community. And we're going to continue on with our school branding conversations. And we're going to have follow-up meetings with our families of each pairing the first week after break, just as a follow-on to our previous meetings that we held a couple of weeks ago, and to provide updates on their various items, the various things that are on their mind, and depending on where our schools are in terms of their conversations as to a new name, colors, et cetera, potentially even start to have votes on those items in each community. November, our first open enrollment window opens November 1st. We've gotten questions on open enrollment, what that looks like, so we want to put that on a slide for everyone to see. And again, we'll continue to talk about that. We're also going to publish on November 3rd a survey for staff regarding what they need and what they want and what they're looking for, what questions they have for next school year and beyond. The results of that staff survey are certainly going to be held by district, but also going to go to each of the building principals for them to assess and in relationship to what they want, and to see, start to get an idea of what's my population of potential staff members. We think that'll be really, really helpful, and we look forward to that. So December through January, 5th and 6th grade parent meetings regarding middle school, which tracks our normal timing for middle school conversations with elementary kids. We tentatively have a board vote regarding paired school names, with information that we would provide to the board regarding school colors, mascots, logos, and programming. Policy FF actually provides that the board decide on the name. And we've communicated to all of the schools and the families who showed up to our meetings that the board is absolutely going to want to hear from the community on the new name, just like the superintendent is going to want to hear a lot from them on colors, mascots, logos, and programming. Okay. And we have tentatively planned construction would begin at our receiving schools and phased, as I talked about earlier, to make sure that there's as little disruption as possible at our schools while the construction is happening. January through February, school logo finalization. So we want to have the name, we want to have the mascot, we want to have the colors before we tee up a logo. And by the way, the logo, the name, the colors, mascots will all be voted on by staff, by families, and by kids. Okay? And then February 16th, that particular date is when paired school priority begins for staff. And so we'll not only have the survey in November for our staff, for them to start to work through and let us know what they're needing, but we'll also have engagement opportunities for staff heading into February 16th and of course beyond. And February through July, it's just prepping for that new building, staff hiring, events between communities and kids, and that'll be a lot of fun, And I just want to update the board. We have a couple of new teammates, particularly in my little world, my little part of this. Holly Harone is our assistant pairing liaison. She is particularly focused on staffing. Holly is actually already a staff member with us in HR. And we just repurposed some of her FTE to help with the staffing side of things. Melissa Park, who is a parent, she was on the HRCA board for about 7 years, is a Copper Mesa parent, is very well aware of the Highlands Ranch community. She's awesome, and so is Holly, great to work with. And so Melissa is with us on a part-time basis, working in particular with our community. She showed up to SAC meetings, she showed up to all of our community meetings thus far, and she'll show up to community meetings down the road as well. What questions do you have?
Director Geiger.
Thank you very much. This is exciting. It's really interesting to watch, and I know there's a lot of other things going on. One thing that I would like to hear, and this is probably after that November open enrollment period, I know that we've had students move to Stone Mountain out of Saddle Ranch. We made a decision not to force that because of traffic, but I would like to hear what impact we're having on the non-paired schools that are in the area. And I think we can track those kids once we have open enrollment. If we're finding out that some kids who would have gone to El Dorado are now moving to Stone Mountain, if we're having others in other areas make choices. That was something we both anticipated in the case of Stone Mountain, hoped for. So it's certainly not a bad thing. But as this process goes forward, I would like to kind of know how it's impacting all of the Highlands Ranch area in terms of first of all enrollment and then the concomitant what we're doing about staffing in those new areas. I know that Stone Mountain has had to adjust. Again, we knew that was going to happen. I'm looking forward very much to hearing how that works and how that goes. I'm trying to imagine what board of directors would be dumb enough to say no to a change in logo, but that the parents chose, but I guess we'll look at it, but I'm looking forward to that as well. I really appreciate, and I want to continue to encourage that we're following up with this, that we're addressing it, and also to say that if at some point there is a time for those of us who are on the board to assist with this or to provide input or to take some heat, I think that remains our job as well.
If I may take that last comment, Director Geiger, and if I may reflect in relation to what you said, our community meetings to date. We've had, for each of the pairing meetings were attended by about 20 to 30 family members. As usual, great questions about traffic, construction. They love the renderings. And by the way, we showed the renderings and had roughly the same conversation with our staff at each of the buildings. And they love the fact that in each of the buildings, the bathroom situation was going to be enhanced. That got like the most use in the house. But no, very, very positive, just very kind of matter of fact, what's it going to mean for my kid? What's traffic going to look like? What's transportation going to look like? Overall, very positive and very thoughtful, just as it was last year, the vast majority of the time. So, yeah.
I have a question. The building events, does that include like, I have like this vision in my head where you have the two schools coming together, like the PTOs or whatever, throw carnivals or whatever, so that students can meet each other at schools and that sort of thing. So is that what that entails?
Yes, that planning has already started, particularly with the two principals of each paired school. Their PTOs and SACs are awesome and working with the principal to create all of those.
Awesome.
I just want to add real quick to that also that's one of the reasons we have the part-time, I'm sorry, I've already forgotten her name. It's because I'm tired.
Melissa
It's
Park. Yep.
Melissa Park. It's because that's one of the reasons that Melissa Park, where she will be helpful, is bringing the communities together. But I thought the board would smile at the Acres Green and Fox Creek transition team. I believe it is called the Come Together team, which I just love.
That's great. Awesome. Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you for the update. And I'm wondering, Holly and Melissa, are they participating in those pairing transition team meetings? Okay.
They are a part of that.
I just didn't hear that when you said it, so, okay.
Oh, no, and I actually didn't mention it. They are a part of that team, absolutely. Yeah.
And then if you could elaborate a little bit more on how students are being engaged in this process specifically.
So part of our conversation with staff a couple of weeks ago, and frankly, they're already thinking about it, I need to say it, was doing something like, as to the name, the school name, creating literacy and/or science lessons around the development of that name. Not only they would gain from those lessons, but also de facto help vote, or at least have an initial vote for what those could look like. They will be voting on the names, the mascots, the colors, and logo as well. And I know that staff is having conversations. So also keep in mind, it's October 7th. So and we've talked about this for months. There's that fine balance between planning for next year and staying this year. So within that context, our staff and our principals are also talking with our kids about what next year is going to look like on a limited basis at this point. But particularly over the next couple of months, they'll be heavily involved in those conversations about branding in particular.
I remember one of the biggest concerns I heard from families were the transition, the fifth graders and sixth grade transitions are going to look a little differently. So is that part of the conversations as well?
Absolutely, and those were at each of the pairing meetings we had last week or 2 weeks ago. That came up, and our principals were there. Both of our principals were there to discuss that, and they did a great job and have a great plan in place. And they've always got eyes on kids, but particularly as to this issue.
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation and the update. How are we communicating with the families about the district website with their individual pairings?
So we sent out, the leaders sent out an email communicating about the meetings about 3-4 weeks ago. And that was a link to the district website. At the meetings, we talked about the website, that's a place that they could go to get a lot of information.
Okay. I wonder if it'd be helpful to post at schools the information, like you want to know next steps, school pairing process, and then maybe have a QR code or something. And the reason I say that is because I think it's helpful, especially with like the timeline that goes month by month, really helping families know what to expect next. And I think probably staff as well. Maybe it'll encourage staff to review those as well, those details. And it's definitely would be interesting to find out, as we're moving through all of these different processes, what everyone found helpful information, what wasn't helpful, what got used. Again, just to think in the future, like what we want to keep when we're moving through something like this. You have mentioned that, the family and staff transition teams have been developed, and I was just curious if you know any of the examples of some of the connected events that they might be planning?
I don't offhand, but I know that at least one pairing, the two principals, so let me back up a little bit. when we talked to staff a couple of weeks ago, and this is just a few days before the community meetings, those staff meetings were joint staff meetings. That was a PD day, and so the principals decided to have their staffs together to have a lot of conversation about not only what's happening this year, but potentially even next year. I know that one of our school pairing principals, sets of principals, have an event plan, I believe, within the next month or so with kids. But the other part of that, and all of the principals, at least in our conversations, have said that it's truly just trying to find that balance between it's this year, let's stick in this year, but then, we got a plan for next year too. So as we get starting January and beyond, we fully anticipate, and they have said, we'll have a lot more of those, both family and kids.
Okay, definitely would love to hear the updates on like what they're doing with the students, because that's great. The survey is linked on the website as well, and I was just curious, could we get sent just a copy of that survey? I didn't want to click through it and mess up data. I was just curious what was in it.
Sure.
Like, what questions are we asking?
Sure.
And then for the, we see phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and I'm curious if we're developing phase 4 for when our schools are open, when the pairing process is complete, and just where we're looking at things like, what metrics we might be considering to demonstrate we've delivered the promises that we've given to the community on the benefits of pairings, staffing, processes that might be in place during phase 4. So just would be curious to see like what comes next once the school's open. And then are we engaging with DCF on any of the steps that have been highlighted?
So we're gonna have been, and will continue to be engaged with our staff, all of our staff, teachers, front office managers, custodians, everyone, on what they're needing, what they're looking for, and what the next few years are gonna look like. And if I may ask to the surveys, Director Thompson, just like we did last year, we'll post the questions and the survey results likely within the next week or two.
Okay.
So.
And then you mentioned that there's, the staffing position for helping with staffing in general with Holly. And I was curious, is it going to be, are we looking at individual meetings with staff members based off of like what their plans are? Like what does that timeline look like for when staff are making decisions? So the website has a lot of helpful information that we covered before about like staffing protocol and flow charts, all of that.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious like what that support looks like specifically for teachers who are trying to decide, or any other staff members at a school that's trying to decide their path forward.
Yeah, so the plan there is certainly, particularly after the November 3rd survey goes out, where we start to get data, particularly on individuals, is to be available individually or as groups. For example, we have some sixth grade teachers in elementary schools now that are trying to decide between, do I stay in elementary K-5 or do I go to middle school? And if I want to go to middle school, what's that look like? So we already have some information on the webpage as to that particular issue. But what we have done and what we have said and will continue to do is meet individually as we get those questions. And actually, Holly Harone has already met with individual teachers, particularly sixth grade teachers with questions. And we will set up both in-person and virtual meetings for staff, I should say, from November through February and even beyond. Holly's role, and she already has the rosters of each of the paired schools, is one of her roles is to make sure to track each of those staff members and make sure that they land in the place they want to land. And if they have any issues, Holly is a point of contact that every staff member can reach out to.
Yeah, and I think that would be helpful too with like the phase 4, since some teachers might stay for that year and then another path is decided after that first year. So,
Yes.
Okay. And then the kind of a side question was, we have center-based locations were going to be decided. Have they been decided yet, like what the plan is? If we're opening new ones or where?
So yes, I will answer that question. Yes, we have made some decisions in regards to 2 locations where we will be opening or reopening center-based locations in the Highlands Ranch region for next year. That has been communicated thus far to the staffs in those schools, and we will be communicating with families right after fall break.
Okay, thank you. That was my second question, so I appreciate you proactively answering it. And yeah, that's it. I liked the renderings. I felt that that was important that you guys did that. I know that that really resonates with people when they get to visualize and kind of picture themselves in that new environment. Thank you.
Sure.
Director Meek.
So I just really would like to reiterate the desire for that Phase 4. I'm kind of hearing a lot of desire for Phase 4 to be added to where we have metrics to kind of go back and evaluate and analyze, especially open enrollment trends, as Director Geiger mentioned. But also, I know there were families that open enrolled into charter schools because they felt like it was a more, like, the district wouldn't be making decisions impacting charter schools. So trying to understand that flow of how students and families reacted, but also even teacher retention and everything, I think that will help us better analyze our policy afterwards to see if we might want to tweak anything for any kind of future decisions.
Absolutely.
Sorry, and just to add to that, I didn't bring it up. I talked with Superintendent Keene about it, though, and it might also be a nice place to include the work that we've charged the FOC with, looking at the financial implications of the pairing process. So I think that would pair nicely there.
So I feel like I probably should move to make that official, because a lot of times we talk about things and they don't happen because it's not a board decision. Is it a board decision to add a Phase 4 for future presentations?
I can assure you that we will add a Phase 4 to our timeline. I think it falls into operations, but we will absolutely add, and it was, as Chief of Staff Colella said, it was 100% our intention to have a Phase 4 where we're collecting metrics and feedback so that we can look at how we can do this process even better in the future.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate everyone. Great job. We will move into item 9.5, AI use in the Douglas County School District, and our policy discussion for a 15-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A.
You're stuck with me again for at least a few minutes, so. Actually, if you want to keep it on here, we actually chose this slide for a reason. The 2 kids fighting over a balloon is kind of indicative of various companies fighting to be sort of the top dog in AI, and so we thought it was an apropos slide deck. But in any case, thank you again, directors, and I'm joined in this presentation by our CTO, Mark Blair. This might be the tallest presentation you see all year, and so again, thank you for having us. So, I've got the slide, I got the remote. What am I doing? Okay. So again, this is certainly part of our strategic plan. We want to talk a little bit about where we have been and where we're going, and of course, take your questions. So we led off with this slide as a little tongue-in-cheek, sort of, but actually apropos given some of the issues that have come up as to AI. I'll just start with the bottom and work up. It's election season, so we just said, hey, the staff approves this presentation, but really it's in relationship to, how much of this, and we get the question you've heard all the time, like what's real and what's not. And so the reality is that AI actually turned this probably 6-hour process in terms of getting data and everything together for these 20 some odd slides, cut it in half, very literally. But nevertheless, whatever AI generated, we checked, we looked at, and we augmented based on what we thought was appropriate. So this is certainly our presentation with a lot of help from AI. And then the other thing that sort of constantly comes up is, how do you tell people, how do people know that what's AI and what's not? The very simple way to do is something like this, where on the front end you tell everybody, hey, well, this is, whether it's a paper or whether it's a slide deck, AI helped me with this, and certainly AI helped us with this. And again, certainly part of our strategic plan, particularly, it really touches on all of these, but particularly strategic technology integration, future-ready graduates, again, academic excellence. We can go down the list and find ways that AI connects to all of these. And part of our robust initiatives, develop AI literacy and supports. So I'm going to hand it off to CTO Blair for the next few slides. There you go.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you all. So want to share with you guys a little bit of where we've been since the last time we met to talk about AI. So we started off last year communicating what our best practices are to all of our educators as they start to explore this space, because there's lots of tools available to them. There are some that we prefer that they choose to use, but we're not limiting people into what tools they can use. We had 18 of our schools participate in a pilot with Conmigo, and we'll talk about some of the data that we got from that. Chief of Staff Kalel and I participated in monthly feedback meetings with leaders around digital literacy, which encompassed AI and social media. So we were able to meet with them and have conversations with them as we were going through this journey. Chief of Staff Kalel and I also got to go on a little world tour around to many of our campuses and meet with the staff, some that were in our pilot and some that were not, to survey them and hear what's going on in their classrooms. What are their struggles? What do they need more supports with, and things like that. And I'll show you some of the data that we have. It was also included in the strategic plan survey, many of those conversations. And we've been doing a lot of PD conversations, whole districts, small groups, wherever we can get and talk about how can we integrate AI into what we're already doing, that we'll take that opportunity.
When using AI tools, it is important to follow some basic best practices. First, protect privacy. Do not include any personally identifiable information like names or addresses. Second, check for bias and accuracy. AI might occasionally produce biased or incorrect content. Always double-check before sharing with anyone. Third, focus on augmentation, not replacement. See AI-generated content as a starting point, not a final solution. Use the 80-20 approach.
That was obviously completely AI-generated. This is the slide that we use in the slide decks that when we're doing our PD with people. We lead off with this to talk about how important it is to protect the privacy, check all of your information. These are assistants. Chief of Staff Kalel and I were at a presentation today, and they changed AI into augmented interns. So thinking that you have millions of augmented interns, what would they do for you? So it's just a different approach to think about what this tool is actually doing. But we want to make sure that we are trusting and verifying everything that it does as it's drafting through that. Again, it's just augmenting our work. It's not replacing our work. We never want to send anything out without that human touch point. I took this content, put it into a tool, and that's how I created that AI avatar video that read all that. You can tell a little bit that it's AI generated, but it took about 1.5 minutes for the tool to build that video for me. It's pretty remarkable how quickly it's able to do that. We recommend to our staff that they use Gemini. We are a Google district. With your district account in Gemini, it's secure by default. It's private, so nothing is being used to train the model. If you use any other tool out there, and there's a lot of amazing tools that are out there, everything you put into it is being used to train their model. So this is the safest place to explore and things like that. Sometimes accidents happen and they may accidentally include some PII. This is the safest place to make that mistake. We know that people are going to make mistakes. We want to give them that learning opportunity so that they can grow from that. It's also very compliant with all of the federal and state laws that we have to comply with. Here's some of the data that we got from looking at the analytics of our teachers using Conmigo last year in our pilot. We had 800 teachers using it, and these are their top 5 uses. So creating lesson plans, chatting with GPT. So at that time, if you remember way back in the time machine a year ago in AI land, ChatGPT had different models, and you had to pay for the higher level model. In Conmigo, you didn't have to pay for the higher level model. So that's what they were doing, is they were able to get a more advanced tool by using the ChatGPT within the Conmigo platform. Our students, we had about 10,500 students participating in using the tool, and here's some of the examples of what they did. A lot of what they did is use it with an exercise within the Khan Academy platform. So they were using that as a tutor to guide them through some of the lessons within Khan Academy. And then they were also using it as a math and science tutor. Those are their biggest things. So we know that those, and talking with the students on our SAG committee, those are a lot of the areas that students are really benefiting it, is having that 24/7 tutor, especially when it's multilingual. So again, where have we been? We had those monthly meetings also with our Conmigo pilot leaders and digital literacy. So we learned a lot from those folks. Teachers are using these tools all over the place, which is wonderful. We're glad they're diving in the tool as long as we're using it safely, effectively, and appropriately. We found some challenges with Conmigo, which is why we pivoted away from it. Conmigo did a great job of pairing with the Khan Academy curriculum, but we didn't have a way to input our curriculum. And we really needed that opportunity, and that just wasn't in their roadmap, so that's why we had to pivot away from it, and we're looking at different tools that we'll talk about. Also, Khan Academy was another thing. You had to go over, you had to open another tab. I know I always have lots of tabs open on my computer, but sometimes that can get distracting and people can lose where they are. So we want to be able to try and find a platform and tools that meets teachers where they are in our Google environment. And Gemini does a great job. It also embeds into Canvas, Google Classroom. We're looking at another tool called Brisk, which actually rides in your Chrome browser as an extension. So it's right where you are all the time doing your work. You don't have to go somewhere else, which is super powerful for us. Obviously, academic integrity safeguards are important. We want to make sure that the students understand that as they start to use these tools, that we want to make sure that they are following everything we have related to academic integrity. And unfortunately, kids are going to cheat. And so what can we do to help train our teachers to observe that and understand that and have those conversations with the kids about how did they create the content that they created, and not just accuse them of cheating. That often leads to challenging conversations. We've got to continue to train our staff. This stuff is changing constantly. It's hard for me to keep up with it. It's hard for me to keep up and send messages out to people and share and things like that. We're trying to put mechanisms in place so that we can get broader exposure to some of the rapid changes that are happening with the tool set. Here's some of the things that we gained as Chief of Staff Kalel and I went around and met with various teachers. How often they use AI technology. This was a year ago, and about half of them were using it sometimes. It's a great start. We needed people to just get into the tools, start to explore, and start to understand. We hope that that's a lot higher at this point this year. We haven't had time to survey those folks yet. What do they like most about it? They like being able to access large amounts of information and synthesize that down. It's super powerful at doing that. And then also being able to complete tasks very efficiently. For those of you that have used it, you know that it can be really, really valuable in helping synthesize that. As Chief of Staff Kalila, when we created the slide deck, it cut that time in half for us. That's significant for teachers as they're continuing to get more and more to do. How can we find some time-saving opportunities for them? If they've not used it, we wanted to know why. And some of it was they didn't know how to use the tool, so that's why we've been trying to ramp up the PD around it. And they also felt that students might not use it appropriately, so they didn't know how to navigate that with their class and their students, and to try and figure that out. So that's some of the PD that we've been offering as well. And then the last slide is what's our overall opinion on the effect on students' education. So 60% of them felt that this was somewhat positive or very positive. So I think that these continue to go up over time as people get to explore and figure things out. And the tools are getting easier to use. Like we said, Google Classroom now has a lot of it embedded in Google Classroom. It's a lot easier for teachers to take advantage of to better support their students. We've been talking about personalized education forever. This is our rare opportunity to actually get to implement truly personalized education is using these tools. So we're going to continue to develop PD and AI literacy for both our staff and our students, and Chief of Staff Kalel is going to talk about that in a second, on how can we help educate these folks on how to best use these tools. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Before I get to this slide, I just want to highlight something Mark talked about specifically as to academic integrity. One of the really good things that Conmigo did was it would actually, so if a kid copied and pasted into the Conmigo search field, because they were given an assignment to write on a certain topic, if they copied and pasted en masse from, let's say, Wikipedia into the field, Conmigo would flag it. Not as a, hey, that kid's cheating, but hey, teacher, have a conversation with the kid because he or she copied and pasted from a chunk of what they submitted. And so we're very much looking for that in our ultimate platform. We actually excluded some vendors because they didn't have that functionality. So what CTO Blair says, 100% true. We want to make sure that as much as possible, our teachers continue to stay on top of that as much as possible. But in terms of a platform where teachers and students are interacting, we're looking for a platform that will flag a big copy and paste job, and then a submission with that big copy and paste job. So that's just a layer for you to have. Certainly happy to take questions on it because you may have some on that. So we also ask questions to our teachers as part of our strategic plan regarding AI. And so this slide was completely generated by AI. I threw the data into Gemini, asked it to come up with a slide with a nice graphic, and you're looking at it. I didn't touch it, I didn't do anything with it, just to give you a sense for, and literally that took 5 minutes from copying and pasting the data, plopping it in, giving the prompt, and here we are. So 757 K-12 teachers responded to this part of the survey. 55% of them said that they use AI in their classrooms in some way, shape, or form to help with their teaching. And 70% of teachers see AI as really valuable, consistent with what we got from our world tour. And by the way, we brought pizza to each of those lunches, and when you bring pizza, it goes better. It just does. Our families also, and again, this AI generated, same process. Our families responded to this as well. 20%, 27% are aware of children using AI for classwork, and 65% see AI as valuable for their children's education. So I think there's a consensus in our community, certainly staff and families, that AI certainly has its place in what we're doing here.
Providing training for staff, students, and families on the ethical and responsible use of AI tools is very important. District staff from various departments, including the IT department and the Learning Services department, have been providing a variety of training to district staff over the last year. District staff are also reviewing various AI literacy curricula to find the best lessons and activities that can be used with students in all grade levels to help them think critically about AI as well as the ethical and responsible use of these technologies. We are also exploring resources that can be provided to families to help them better understand how these technologies are being used in our schools.
Again, AI generated, but kind of close to being indistinguishable from somebody actually doing that. So here's where we're going, and here's what we know. AI is an incredible tool, probably like no other. And it's really, really important that our kids get to know how to use it. Our staff and our kids are using it. We know that. We're in spring training, hence the baseball cap with AI, which again was generated by Mr. Blair through, was it Gemini? Yeah. We're truly, if we're using that metaphor, spring training, we haven't even begun the game yet. Or the regular season yet. Some estimate that $7 trillion is going to be spent by 2030 on AI infrastructure. That's already happening in terms of chips, data centers, et cetera. And really, we're just talking about the biggest players in the field at this point. Somebody alluded to it in another context here. This is a multi-year effort in conversation. So if AI is in spring training, we're probably like in the off season. We're a little behind naturally, the technology, but we're busting our butts to catch up. And we don't have an ideal platform yet. We don't, where teachers and students interact with our curriculum, with their integrity checks, where there's a 24-hour tutor, among other things that we're looking for, just based on the feedback that we've gotten. I think I can speak for myself and probably a lot of my teammates that AI, when you use it, gives you at minimum a really good first draft of whatever you're working on, and incredibly, incredibly useful. And always, at least in my experience, again, I think I can speak for the team, the human touch is always really, really important, just like it was for this slide deck. We don't know a lot, so I just have 3 bullets with a few sub-bullets, but really this is multiple slides, and again, we're not alone in the gap. The pace of advancement has been just lightning. We were actually laughing. We revised our AI page, the one we created last year and updated from time to time last year. We had to remove actually a couple of items because they were out of date, and they were up to date last year. So it's going really, really fast, something we call really speedy obsolescence. And again, the graphic is AI generated. It's entirely possible that our phones that now have iOS or Android on them within the next 5 years will just be an AI tool. So like, the Siri blob that you get, it may just be kind of that, and you tell it what to do. And so the user interface might change drastically. That's kind of a small example, but kind of a big one too, just to give a sense for how fast this is all going. The nature and scope of new jobs. We're actually going to tour in the next couple of months a quantum computing company who has told us they are looking for hundreds of new workers to do everything from PhD level work to high school education level work and everything in between. We don't know what those new jobs are fully going to look like. The evolution is probably, in my opinion, we can't really imagine it right now. And of course, how is society going to continue to react to AI development? Are we going to see more pen and paper? Are we going to see more in person where you can't be online because who knows, those avatars that you saw, pretty lifelike. Within a year, those are going to look like old hat. It's going to be so lifelike that you may have entities start to say, no, you got to show up in person. We're not going to do a virtual interview. You got to show up in person because we don't quite know. We've seen legislative efforts across the country go in fits and starts. Everybody's doing the best they can, including legislatures. And so we saw in Colorado an AI bill that was passed that admittedly when the governor signed it said we got to work on this. It's a little half-baked, but it's probably the best that we can do right now given what we know. And there's a geopolitical battle going on, a competitive battle for best chips, the best AI. You can imagine the implications for national security across the globe. So who knows how that's going to impact things. It's going to impact things, hopefully very positively. So what have we learned today? This could go on for probably 5 slides as well. How do you navigate that speedy obsolescence? To this point, our best answer to that is just prepare our kids to be great AI athletes. And one thing to think about, in the not too distant past, those of us who remember the browser wars, Internet Explorer, Netscape Navigator, it was hot, like who's going to win that? And what ultimately ended up happening was if you could work through Netscape Navigator, if you could work through Internet Explorer, you could work through Chrome and Safari and the others that are out there now. So it's just building that wherewithal to work with the browsers and AI, really. So that's the best that I think anybody can do at this point. Foundational knowledge matters a ton. We actually talked about it today a lot in our group. We had a big district to the north that shall remain nameless, along with a couple of other smaller districts. And this came out as a really great conversation. And so relatedly, we got to evolve instruction, and our staff's already doing it, to both purposely include and exclude AI to make sure that our kids are getting the knowledge and skills that they need to, among other things, navigate and leverage AI. Professional development is huge. It goes without saying, but in our experience, having that professional development at the building level is the most important. And that goes to, this is going to be a longer conversation for us, because as we all know, our staff, our professionals are doing a lot of other things. And so what we've been working through and will continue to work through is to integrate AI as organically as possible so that it feels much less like some other thing and more of, it's just what we do, kind of like using a laptop or using a browser, what have you. And a lot of that's going to come from the work that we do, and particularly our PD folks on site do. Part of that too, and Mark has the analogy, or this is his frame, AI evangelists, particularly staff members and, again, also PD folks who are just constantly talking about AI and using AI and how great it is. That's a big part of this as well. And so we're going to continue also searching for that golden platform that ties into our curriculum and does a lot of the great things that Conmigo did and then some. So this year we are pushing out for all of our staff and talking about Google Classroom and Brisk. Really quickly, just tying it to how quickly things have been changing. Google Classroom, in terms of AI and teaching, was kind of I don't think I'm overstating it, a bit of a non-entity until July. And in July, we looked at it and we were thinking, oh my God, this is like leaps and bounds better than what's been, and leaps and bounds better than a lot of the vendors we were looking at. So Google Classroom gets us probably 75% to 80% there, and we look forward to seeing what our staff says about it, and we really look forward to seeing how quickly they go in terms of their leaps and bounds of progress. We're also relatedly moving towards customized tools. So, for example, creating DCSD-specific Google Gems, and Mark can talk to you about those if you have questions that further incorporate our curricula. And so, again, getting to that best platform for our staff and kids. Again, being flexible in how we prepare kids for coming wave of AI jobs. Our digital literacy webpage has been updated for our families and our staff. It gives all sorts of resources as to AI, as to communication devices, social media. And in terms of policy, continue to be very thoughtful about how we revise and adapt given where we are and given the change of technology. And privacy protections relatedly are a big deal. So between state and federal law and our policies, we believe that all of those cover the privacy protections that are implicated by AI. And again, but we'll continue to monitor. Again, it's an ever-changing landscape, and we got to be agile. Part of this is continuing to engage with our community and our staff. And so we would love to, we are interested in creating an AI working group, an AI-specific working group with parents and staff who are interested in discussing how they're using AI both in the classroom and at their jobs. Otherwise, what they're seeing with their kids, what they're hearing from their kids. And we're also working with student groups too, SAG in particular, on this as well. And this is kind of modeled after the MPAE with our growth and decline work last year. That group of staff, families, was invaluable, and we think we want to create an analogous group for AI and really look forward to that. So if anybody's interested, we got a QR code where they can sign up. We would meet once a month for about an hour and a half every meeting, and again, to discuss all things AI, and again, really look forward to it. And with that, what questions do you have?
That was a lot, thank you. Very exciting, though. I just think it's fun now. All of a sudden, a couple months ago on my email, I get summaries of what the email actually says, which is pretty awesome.
Huge time saver.
Yeah, it's great. So anyway, thank you for all the work, Director Geiger.
Yeah, drinking from a fire hose. every minute on this stuff. And thank you. I may not be wiser, but I am better informed. A couple of things. As I listen to you, I'm trying to think of what the role of the board is on this. Because to me, this is an area where there's a particular danger of us micromanaging. I think that consistent updates on this is extraordinarily valuable, but I'm trying to think of where it falls into policy governance. And I want you to come to us and talk to us about that. I suspect it's going to be somewhere under executive limitations, and that we're going to address whether or not that's another task to put on the superintendent, because she doesn't have a lot to do. But I think
she uses AI.
At some point, I'm probably replaceable by AI, except for the hand holding in my job. But I want to encourage, I think my idea as a director who's going to be here for the next couple of years is I want to know what you're doing. But unless you very much need us to get involved with policy, I don't think that's our role. I do want to know. The one question I did have is, I know that we paid Comingo. Are we going to do that again, or are we done with them?
We're not paying Conmigo anymore. We pay them for the pilot.
All right. That's our job, is the money. You also spoke about talking to another district. How much cooperation is there among districts? Is everybody trying to do their own thing? Or, because I know when I go to CASB in December, there's going to be 43 board presentations about AI. And I'm not going to be given any of them. But, how is that coordination working? I assume we're talking to other districts again, you talked about we're not even in the preseason, we're in the off season. I suspect there's other districts who are not aware that the game has started. So how do we do that? How do you cooperate with your counterparts in other districts? That kind of thing. Tell me about how that conversation goes.
Sure, I can get us started. I have been working actively with other districts, not only here in Colorado, but also across the country, just to talk a lot about AI, certainly over the last 2.5 or 3 years, to kind of explore what other districts are doing and thinking, and talk about what we're doing and thinking. Actually, I've been asked to present at the AASA conference on this topic in a featured session. So there's so much work going on between superintendents, certainly, but of course, these guys are the ones that are on the ground, and they talk to their peers in other districts a lot as well about a lot of the nitty-gritty. So I'll let you guys talk a little bit more about that.
Well, I would say also your Google Fellowship is a key piece of it, if you want to talk a little more of that.
Wow, way to deflect.
No, I get to my part, yeah.
I'm teasing. And also, as you guys know, I was selected to be part of the Google Fellowship cohort, and so that's been really valuable in terms of having us come up with kind of big level concepts of how we want to embrace AI as a district, and how we want to make sure our kids are really prepared for the future, and also how we want to embrace it to help us do things like increase enrollment, save time for teachers, make sure that we're more efficient in operations in our district and in a million different ways. So learning for students is a huge part of that, but there's also a lot of operational and efficiency benefits for our district as well. So the Google Fellowship has been really valuable, and I will say that what you saw on these slides is a lot of Google-related stuff. We are a Google partner, Douglas County School District is, and so we have really been able to benefit from a lot of the advances that Google made at the time that we were looking at Comigo, for example. Google Classroom was nowhere near where it is now, and now Google Classroom has eclipsed so many of the other tools that are out there, and we expect that race will kind of continue along the line of the browser race. So our biggest goal as a district, and I think that they talked about it a little bit, but our biggest goal is to make sure that our kids are able to adapt to whatever tool, but not just our kids, also our teachers. They need to have that. We can't possibly provide training on every single tool that's out there, and by the time we provide the training, there's already something better. But giving them the skills and confidence to be able to navigate whatever the latest thing is and to understand how to do that safely, ethically, and responsibly is going to be key for our teachers so that they can pass that information along to our kids. So those are some of my thoughts in that area.
Yeah, and we do connect a lot with a variety of folks in other districts around the state and stuff, attending conferences, presenting at those conferences, having those conversations. Also with our building leaders as they go out to education conferences and things like that, they're bringing back information and sharing that so that then we can probe deeper into that. I'm also attending a Google Ed Leader event over fall break at their offices in Chicago, which is where our Google reps are. Our Google reps are amazing. They do a great job of connecting us with other school districts of large sizes. Oftentimes we get connected with Clark County in Nevada, which is considerably larger than us, but they're dealing with a lot of the same challenges that we're navigating. And so it's super awesome to have other thought partners as they're navigating through this and thinking through what are the edges that we're not looking at and trying to understand those so that we can help make sure that we're getting that full 360 view.
And the other thing I'm really looking forward to is hearing updates from Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Hyatt about how AI is helping us with our IEP students, with our students with disabilities, with our multi-language learners. It seems to me, and again, I'm learning this stuff, but I can't wait to hear you guys come back and talk to us about how that's part of our UIP and how that's part of helping those groups. I think that's going to be a fascinating progress we're going to make in the next couple of years.
If I can add just one more thing, just to give a landscape, or at least from our perspective, these conversations, to the extent that they exist, and they certainly do exist, are relatively short compared to pretty much every other education conversation because we're all figuring it out. There isn't a, for lack of a better description, killer app that all districts are hooking into where students and teachers can interact in a really productive way, in a holistic way. As we've talked about, if you compare it to smartphones, it wasn't until social media apps existed that smartphones took off at that point. Up until that point, they were doing okay, but social media apps just caused smartphone adoption to go through the roof. We anticipate AI will be kind of the same thing. So something kill, whether it be on your phone or a school something or other, and adoption will just go. We're actually doing okay already as to adoption, but in any case, yeah.
Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. This is such an interesting topic and so important and relevant. And Director Geiger, I kind of wanted to address your comment, where is the board's role, right? And thinking through this. And, for me, the end statement is what we're trying to help students ethically and efficiently, appropriately use AI. So we would be looking for that kind of report within that end statement. And then the executive limitations really are around the efficiencies and the operation side and everything. So I guess what I was sitting here just wondering, the pilot that just ended, what exactly was the purpose? Did it meet its objective? And then are there recommendations that you have for us for policy updates and changes based on what was learned throughout that pilot?
The goal of the pilot was to allow our staff and our kids to dip their toe in. Conmigo wasn't perfect, still isn't perfect, but it was the best sandbox that we had. And by sandbox, I mean literally self-contained. It used Chat GPT, but it was very much a teacher-student interactive, and no one else could really look at that point. It was really the only game in town at that point. And so we thought it was a really good idea, and it turned out to be a really good idea, to allow our staff and our kids to dip in, truly just to dip in, because that was what was out there, fully knowing that this is a multi-year conversation. Better platforms are going to be developed. And in our view, on balance, Google Classroom is that next best platform, even though it is not perfect. So we're going to continue to try and to pilot and to just to make sure that our staff and our kids can continue to dip their toe in until that better, best platform comes along. The data reflects a lot of kids were using it, and the data reflects that our staff was using it. And we would anticipate that with Brisk and with Google Classroom, we're going to get probably just as much adoption. And that doesn't account for using Gemini on the side or ChatGPT on the side. And so another part of this, really coming from you and particularly the superintendent, is the tone and tenor of use this. It's an awesome tool. Don't be afraid of it. It's certainly not perfect. There are certainly privacy protections that we have to work through and continue to monitor, but it is a phenomenal tool, and we're going to continue to again, present the best possible platform that's out there, along with saying, yeah, go use ChatGPT, go use Gemini responsibly, and here's some rules of the road as we talked about. But it certainly served its purpose. And we think this year, and really anything we do moving forward, as long as we're thoughtful about it, which we will be, will serve a great purpose.
So no specific recommendations for updates to existing policies based on what you've learned so far, is what I'm hearing. And I guess I have a bit of a sense of urgency around this whole area because it is emerging so quickly. And so is there a strategy for how to get teachers and staff up to speed as quickly as possible? Like, for example, maybe instead of PD training on AI, you go through all of the PD trainings that we currently offer and look at each training to see if maybe within that training, AI ethical use can be embedded within every training that we're offering. Like, I'm trying to think, are there strategies that can really move the system along faster? We've talked a lot tonight about how long it takes, right? With so many employees and so many schools. I'm just curious if there's a strategy to
so
expedite.
Mr. Reynolds' team is going through all the PD right now, and we're trying really not to talk about it as one other thing. We don't want it to be felt like one other thing we're layering onto teachers. How do we embed it in the work that they're already doing so that they're more efficient and effective? And so that's Mr. Reynolds' team is going through and looking at the PD, and when they're delivering PD and when they're talking about, think SRSD and things like that, they're embedding AI tips and tricks through that training on here's how to use the tools. We now just recently had the ability to create and share gems. And a gem is basically a custom chatbot that you can build within Gemini. It's a custom GPT. And so Mr. Reynolds' team is exploring how can they use those as well and share those with teachers. So maybe you have a group of social studies teachers that need a gem about X to help better write lesson plans or whatever. We can create those at the district level and share those out to folks so that they can then take advantage of it. They don't have to know how to build it or care. They can just go chat with it and have a conversation. So that will hopefully speed the adoption up as we're being more thoughtful and purposeful with our integration of the AI tools instead of it being another thing.
That's a perfect example of what I'm kind of curious to learn more about. And then actually, like at the very beginning with the statement, like DCSD staff approves this, AI generated. I mean, honestly, is there a statement that should be placed in presentations to identify AI use was involved? Like that's the kind of thing I think goes to the ethical use of AI that I would like to have some guidelines as a board member. I'd like to know, like, what is your recommendation on that?
So I'll just speak for myself and give my own thoughts given the world that we're in right now. It's a really good question. And the reason why we have that slide in there is because we're giving an AI presentation and just presenting an option for folks or just a concept for folks when it is pertinent for the audience to know when AI is being used. That's a simple one. That's a simple slide that anybody can use. the normal rules are very arguably apply. So citing, there are stories of lawyers who have used AI to generate case law, sometimes made up case law. But the law is a really nice, and literature is also kind of a nice example of where you use a source to cite it in the context where it's appropriate and necessary for the audience to know that you're using AI. There may be instances, I think we can probably think about 1,000 of them, where it's not necessarily needed. The audience doesn't necessarily need to know it's AI generated. In fact, sometimes the audience is going to know that it's AI generated just by virtue of the content. But very long way to say, in my view at least, it's very content and context, I should say, specific. Again, if you're writing a paper and you're citing or you're using AI to come up with a concept or an argument, it's usually very appropriate to let your professor know, hey, I've used AI or what have you.
And that's also why we emphasize to folks to use this as that assistant, that thought partner in the drafting process, but not in the final product. That's really got to be human generated. So when we put this slide deck together, Steve and I brainstormed a little bit, and then we went off, and I used AI to help be my thought partner on how am I best going to present this to the audience that I'm presenting to convey the messages I want to convey. And it was my thought partner, and we went back and forth because Steve and I couldn't sit in his office for 4 hours and do that together. So I had my own virtual thought partner to help supplement that for me.
Yeah.
But then I drafted my own words to come up with it, so.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I use AI constantly for different purposes. And so I guess what I'm just trying to get at a little bit is, would it be helpful to provide a little more guidance to educators, for example, if they use AI to create a video for their class, should they acknowledge that this is an AI-generated video? Like, where are the lines? When should a teacher utilize that? And I think maybe a lack of clarity on some of that might be a barrier for adoption. And so I think that's kind of where I'm at, just trying to understand, are there barriers that we can help remove? And that, again, was what I was curious about with the pilot. Maybe you identified some of those barriers.
Fair point. No, that's great.
Yeah, I would just like to add, Director Meek, that your point is very well taken. The technical rules around AI are embedded in so many of the policies we have, such as student data privacy. We have a policy on student data privacy, and we have a policy on computer use and software use, because of course AI is fundamentally just software. But that being said, to have a set of guidelines pulled from all of those various policies, not a policy per se, but something for staff, is something that Mark presents quite frequently, but to formalize it is excellent feedback. Thank you.
Thank you for all the work. I'm just trying to think through barriers that might be out there, and it is a very quickly emerging technology, and I do think it can be a competitive advantage if we're able to really figure that out well and do it ethically at the same time.
So in
Appreciate the
order to
feedback.
keep us a little bit more on time here, I'll let everyone else, anybody who else has something to quickly say. Director Thompson.
Okay, so thank you for the presentation. It definitely feels like right now we're in the Wild West of AI use. And of course, with that comes concerns about safeguards. I know I've mentioned multiple times about my concerns regarding student privacy. And I'm wondering, what helps alleviate that, maybe a roadmap about what AI is going to look like over the next year and a half in our district, like how we're moving in that direction. Maybe that'll be helpful. Director Geiger mentioned that AI could help with accessibility for students, but on the flip side of things, it could widen gaps. So what are our plans for monitoring things like that? When I'm thinking about the board role, which I felt was a really good question and point that was made tonight, again, I'm really thinking more around safeguards for student privacy, and I'm also thinking about parents' consent. What level of parent consent should be engaged in this process when we're thinking about how student data is used? how their individual students' information might be uploaded into a system to do whatever the thing it is that the teacher might want to be doing to help serve that student. Students' access to different AI tools. We have a lot of members in our community that are concerned about library resources. They're concerned about specific conversations happening in the classroom. Well, at home, for instance, I have a pretty strict device use policy for my children. So if they're at school and they're having access to tools that they wouldn't have access to at home at this point in their age, like just thinking through those types of things are the things that I'm thinking of. So I think it's in policy. I know that we just looked at adding AI to policy pretty recently, and like you guys have mentioned, lots is changing, right? Even the tools that we're using. And so I do think that we do need to, as a board, look either one. We have tech policy that's a superintendent file as well as the regulation. And then we have student tech policy, the one's a board file and the regulation's a superintendent file. Do we need to be revisiting those policies? Do we need to be revisiting our policy JRCB when it comes to privacy and protection of students' confidential information? And the reason I bring these things up is not as a criticism, it's just we're thinking forward, right? It's a lot all at once. So I'm thinking like, if we're not limiting the tools that staff can use, how are we ensuring that student privacy isn't inadvertently being compromised? How can we ensure that if multiple tools are being used? So for example, the highlights of Gemini was that it's not used in AI learning, right? But there are other AI tools across devices that they might be using, whether it's even a personal computer at home or a phone or anything like that. So just really thinking about what do those safeguards look like? What should be included in policy? Some of the things like, policy I think could cover things like disclosing AI-generated material, which was a great point that was brought up multiple times. And I think staff should, because they should model to students what we're expecting from students in the ethical use of AI. I'm thinking about parent notification. Do we allow opt-in or opt-out? Thinking about, what are the standards for making sure that staff are accurately identifying the accuracy of AI? What about reviewing students' work, right? So if you're using AI to grade a paper or grade work, like what are we going to require about a human review of these processes? Also, when we're thinking about ethical use, I mean, I'm sure students could help develop a really great student code of ethics. Other things we have in our tech policy right now, that students are not supposed to enter their own personal information. I think we need to expand that language to mention or other students' personal information. What about generative images of students and staff? Do we need a policy around that, right? We already know about like deepfake. Again, thinking about data breaches. What happens? What does that notification system look like? And how can we track that if everybody's using different platforms for AI or different tools? Additionally, in our student tech policy, there's a chance that if a student misuses technology, that they will be restricted access to it. So what does that look like if we're having AI embedded in our classroom setting and then a student isn't allowed to use certain technologies anymore? What is the alternative learning environment going to look for them? So just thinking through these things as we're like moving through this very quickly. Additionally, thinking through like what AI tools that students are going to have access to, at least through like district devices. So again, that is a load of thoughts. I actually didn't cover all of them. I'm going to be cognizant of our time, but that's where I'm sitting in this process. So I'm wondering, as a board, are we looking at, should we look at JRCB and add in a section on AI? Can we influence a timeline to revisit policy to start taking some of these considerations? You mentioned most of them tonight in best practices and how you're communicating to staff, but I do think we should protect it in policy.
And I would defer to Superintendent Kane.
So we would certainly be happy to put together answers for that list of questions. Please know that CTO Blair and Chief of Staff Colella are working through everything that you raised and have been working through that as part of our operations. As far as policy goes, if the board would like to have more specifics in policy, we can certainly look at making recommendations. But AI is a tool and it is software just like iReady and the million other things that our staff use in those that student data privacy, which is part of our mandatory training for all staff every single year, applies to any kind of software-based tool. So the student data privacy piece is no different for Gemini than it is for iReady or iExcel or the millions of other tools that teachers use. I would also add that as AI becomes more integrated in a lot of the software that we already use, like Google, the data privacy is all part of our contracts with those vendors, because again, it all comes from our student data privacy policy. So just to give you a little bit of a lens on why there haven't been recommendations on student data, additional student data privacy, it's because it's, at least from our lens, it's covered. But that being said, if the board would like us to come back and make specific additional recommendations to policy, at the moment, policy is serving the purpose that we need in order to build a framework. But again, we're certainly open to whatever the board needs.
Yeah, I would say that, even when we're looking at disclosure of student records, right? We have policy about disclosing to an organization outside of the district, right? And we don't, if staff is allowed to use whatever AI tools that they want to use, and it's not FERPA compliant, if it's not, those are the things that I'm worried about, that I think that would be helpful to have policy around it and clear guidance for staff. So I don't think anybody's going to intentionally go out and try to violate student privacy, right? It's going to be just not understanding the tool, not understanding how the tool uses the data that you're entering, right? So if I knew that they're all using Gemini, right, that has that protection in place, I would feel a lot better. So those are just my thoughts on that.
My recommendation would be, if you would like to answer the questions, I don't know, in a memo or however you want to do that that best serves you. And then obviously, anytime that you see that we need to update a policy, as you always have done, that would be my recommendation. I don't want to belabor the point and continue to put it in a ton of different policies if we already have it covered in one. That's just my personal opinion.
All right, and then
I like that idea, just having answers to questions so we can see where everything is covered, to just give us clarity that, oh, it's covered.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably important to have questions written out so we can get those answers.
Yeah, so I don't know if it would be easiest if individual board members sent you a list of questions, if that's the easiest way for you, or if you want to go back and listen to the whole board meeting.
We can certainly do either.
All right, and then just the last thought, unrelated to student privacy, is a lot of colleges don't allow the use of AI, and so are we also having conversations with our local colleges and universities about how they're using AI in their environments, so we can be sure that when we're promoting the use and teaching students about the use, that that it correlates with those that are wanting to go to higher education or go to college, and what to expect when they go to college.
We've had conversations about what's happening in college, and to your point, Director Thompson, it is a mixed bag. Some do, some don't. I think at the end of the day, everybody's interested in making sure that the student is doing the work, even if AI was a thought partner. We haven't formally reached out to universities to assess, okay, what's the next few years look like, but actually Assistant Superintendent Windsor and I were talking about this just a couple of weeks ago. That's got to be part of this conversation ultimately.
Yeah, because some are just using AI checkers, right? And we know that those actually aren't very reliable, but that's what they're using, so, yeah.
And I've talked with both of my kids that are in college, one in undergrad, one in grad school, about what their professors are doing, and it is hit or miss. It depends on the semester. I've offered to speak to my kids' professors, which they've greatly turned down, to help educate them on AI. So that's been rejected 100% of the time, but I'm still offering, so.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to 10.1, monitoring report, executive limitation 3, treatment of staff and volunteers. Do I have that right?
Okay, this was part of one of your agenda items in the September meeting, but I think that the time was running short and there wasn't really an opportunity for you all to ask questions about this monitoring report. So we brought it back so that you could have the time to ask questions about it. And Brian and I are happy to CHRO Condon and I are happy to address any questions you might have.
Director Meek.
Thank you for the report. Honestly, I think these reports have come such a long way, which there's just a learning curve, right, with anything new. The one thing that I just would emphasize, well, first off, the perception data is really helpful, right? So now we have that survey data that we can put into the monitoring reports and we can track stuff, track data, and I think that's wonderful. My recommendation would be that I do think there's other data beyond perception data that can be used as well. Like, for example, in the first one where it is talking about compliance, let's see, operate without written policies, blah, blah, blah. You have the perception data around staff are safe in their place of work, which is perception data. There could also be days lost to injury. I mean, that's data that's tracked that isn't perception data, right? Average sick leave, and then looking at how that compares to others as well. Reports show that there's a correlation to stressful working conditions and absences. So, I mean, there's like concrete data that can be added that I think would really also help make it just a little stronger. Even on the harassment area, like the actual number of harassment complaints filed could be an example. And so trying to see if I don't know if I really had many other examples, but I feel like we're using perception data for everything, which I like. And I think there's other data that could make it even stronger for us to track. You did use the DCSD annual evaluation survey. I'm kind of curious, is that done every year? And then it's called annual, so yes, I'm sure it's done every year. The evaluation survey, but what percentage of employees fill out that survey? Because you use a lot of data related to that.
Not having it right in front of me, I think we average around 2,700 staff members respond to that particular survey. So it's 2,700 out of 4,200-ish every year. And you are correct. It is something that is administered every year. And it is done seamlessly within the evaluation system, where when they complete the evaluation system, it's a link within there as they're done.
Oh, thanks for explaining that too, because I wasn't sure if there was a reason or if there was a thought to maybe combine some of those questions into the new annual staff survey, but it sounds like it's just part of that evaluation process. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. I think that was really good feedback, especially pertaining to the risk management data, et cetera. So we will be sure to incorporate that feedback for the next EL3 monitoring report, because as you said, Director Meek, we're all learning and we're getting better every single year. Thank you.
Director Geiger.
Very briefly, again, I appreciated it. I think there's more in the engagement survey that you could have cited in terms of the other piece of impact that I think it's kind of circumstantial evidence, but I think the turnover data that we have is probably reflective of at least some level of satisfaction. If we see a decrease in turnover, or we see more longevity in our situations, then I think that is also some evidence that staff are remaining there and that it is a safe environment, at least they consider it. Again, that's a perception data, but it's really strong perception data. If you continue to work here, can't be that bad.
Thank you for that feedback. We appreciate it. And we are really proud to have the lowest turnover rate in the Denver metro area. That's something we're incredibly proud of, especially considering that our pay is not the highest, to say the least.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. So kind of stole my point, Brad did, so I'll just move on to the next one. For the staff data, it would be helpful to know which staff are responding and how we're communicating with all staff. Like, is this specifically teachers in our schools? Are we reaching staff, our bus drivers, our maintenance workers, et cetera? And what do you guys feel is a good number of responses when we're thinking about all staff in the district?
I'm gonna let Mr. Reynolds, you want to take that one?
Yes, so let me see if I can unpack this. So there's multiple surveys that are incorporated in this particular EL. There is the evaluation survey, and that's really for our licensed evaluation staff in response to the requirements from the state on the licensed evaluation system. That data is helpful for us on multiple fronts, including working with our DAC, who is our evaluation council. This is data that we use with them in revising our rubrics. There's also our general engagement survey at the end of the year that's open to all staff, not just licensed, but it's open to all of them. They have the opportunity to be able to give us information about their demographics for us to get a window on what that looks like. So it depends on what instrument and what survey you're referring to in terms of what are the
Yeah, so
demographics.
I was thinking some of these perceptions about like staff feel safe at work, which is in here a few times, what that looks like, and who's responding to that survey. I report a safety concern. I trust administrators will address this concern. Would be another example. Who are we hearing from when we're looking at it, like which staff members?
Yeah, and that one's available to all staff.
Right, but are all staff responding? For example, is there a cohort of staff
gotcha.
that we don't hear from?
Response rate.
Okay, that I can dig into.
All right, he's going to look, well, he looks up response rate, just like all of our perception survey data based on these new surveys that we've developed. We have the ability to break it down by school, for example. We don't do that on the public dashboard, but we do that so that our leaders can engage with that data so that they can maybe address any perception challenges they might have in their individual buildings. So there's definitely a lot of ways that we internally can break down the data to help our leaders understand what their staff in their schools or their departments are thinking and feeling.
It's roughly 20%, as I do napkin math.
Okay, yeah, so it'd be nice to know, like, if we're hearing from, like, our electricians, for example, in this survey, are they represented in it? Or are we mostly hearing from, like, our school staff? Are we hearing from our cafeteria workers, that stuff?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do want to emphasize that the survey is distributed to all staff and they all have an opportunity. And we think as time goes on, we'll be able to encourage more participation.
Great, thank you.
All right, so we will have this on your next consent agenda, and all of the feedback that you gave us tonight, we will incorporate into EL3 moving forward. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah, that's great.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, moving into 10.2, policy first reading of JLF reporting child abuse and JLF-R.
Awesome, very good.
All right, thank you. This evening, I am here to do a first reading review of policies JLF and JLFR. I have brought three other people that will be helping to answer any questions that you may have relative to this policy in just a minute. I have Executive Director of Special Education, Ms. Liza Meyer, and our Director of Mental Health, Dr. Stephanie Crawford-Getz, as well as Council Klemesh. So this board policy, I asked for the red line to be up, so thank you, Mr. Blair, for board file JLF. This is the first reading, as I said, and the reason we are reviewing these policies is because that there has recently been an update in terms of House Bill 251188, which is changes to our mandatory reporting laws in Colorado. These policies are in alignment with the requirements of Colorado's Child Protection Act. The last update to these policies was in 2012 for the school district, so it has been quite some time. This new law was in effect on September 1st of 2025, and it makes changes to the duties of mandatory reporters, and the updates are based on a special task force findings, and so these are the recommendations that, as again I said, has become a law. These changes were made to create a fairer and more effective system, reduce unnecessary contact between families and the child welfare system, build trust between families and professionals, and allow the system to focus more effectively on cases of child abuse and neglect. So in Douglas County School District, as you very well know, all staff are required to complete mandatory child abuse training on an annual basis. And the changes that are reflected in this law were incorporated in our annual training for this year, but we're in a position, of course, to update our policies so that we're in alignment as well. We will do any follow-up training with our staff if necessary based on any policy approval that the board takes in this regard moving forward. I do want to let you know that we have a really collaborative working relationship with the Department of Human Services in Douglas County. We meet with them on a quarterly basis. They have been great partners with us, and we have been talking about the changes in this law and the implementation in terms of our training for the last several months. They were a part of the revisions to our mandatory training, and so again, we have a really strong partnership with them, and we work collaboratively in that regard. So with board file JLF, what you see up here are the red line version of this, and the changes that you will see noted here are the clear reporting timeline. That has been a change in the law. The vague immediately standard has been replaced, and reports must now be made as soon as possible, but no later than 24 hours after receiving the information. So you see that reflected in the red line version. Additionally, you will see reference to the professional capacity only. So based on the changes in the law, the requirement to report does not apply if a staff member learns of suspected abuse or neglect outside of their professional capacity. So that adjustment is now made within our policy. Additionally, another change you see in JLF is that there is to be no reporting based on poverty or demographics solely. Staff are now legally prohibited from making any report based solely on a family's race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or disability. And this explicitly includes concerns like inadequate housing, clothing, or income when there are no other indicators of abuse or neglect. And so that is what you also see referenced in policy JLF. any questions about that? I do want to also make a comment related to the public comment this evening. In terms of mandatory reporters and mandatory reporting, it is the obligation of any staff member within the district. We all are mandatory reporters, and that applies also for any circumstances that might involve suspected abuse that occurs in the school setting. So I wanted to make that clear that this policy applies in that regard as well.
That was actually going to be my question, so thank you for addressing that. Any other questions?
Okay.
Yeah. Director Geiger.
Thank you very much. Would there be a harm to putting that in our policy?
So since this is first reading, of course, we're going to take whatever the feedback that we receive from the Board of Education this evening, as well as our typical process that we utilize to get community feedback in regards to proposed policy changes. We'll take any feedback there and bring back that consideration in a second reading.
I think, again, I know that, I think most people know that, but I don't know that it's a bad thing to put in the policy that this would include anything observed at the school. Do you see a downside to that, Councilor Klemesh?
I just want to clarify, I believe in JLF-R, there are references to reporting of suspected child abuse or neglect related to school personnel's involvement.
And I will look closer at that, I appreciate that. Councilor Klemesh, from what I can tell, this is basically taking the language of the statute and inserting it in our policy, almost verbatim.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. That's a big change on what you have to report, that you don't have to, that I think is relieving to teachers that they don't have to report everything they see in public. Because that case law was really terrible. As I recall, it was something ridiculous about seeing a kid out on the street, and there was a claim of failure to report. So I think that clarification, I hope, will help our teachers a great deal.
Yes, the professional capacity element is a change, absolutely.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. Just quickly, I wonder if we should add to the references CRS 19-3307, which talks about confidentiality and immunity for mandated reporters, just since it's highlighted in the policy. And then I just had a quick question about the staff training. Are we using the state's training, or do we have our own training that we've now adapted to comply?
Yeah, in Douglas County, we have had our own training that is based on the state law and our work with our Department of Human Services. So we continue to do that each year, and we make necessary updates as needed.
Okay, thank you. And then the only other thing would be, and I don't know if it belongs better here or in the regulation, one of my favorite changes with this law is that it's now the mandated reporter's duty to report, and that it can't be delegated to another individual like a supervisor. And so I didn't see it explicitly in either version. I'm not sure which one it fits in better, but I wanted to point that out while we're here.
So, I have not gone through JLF-R. Would you be ready for me to kind of do a
Yeah,
high-level review of that? Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I just wanted to make a note of it.
Yeah, that might be easiest for you to do that one, and then we can kind of talk in.
Okay, very
And
good.
that's all I have for this one.
All right, thank you. So in JLF-R, so if we could pull that one up, please. JLF-R is a board file in this case. And so this primarily involves our reporting procedures that you're going to be seeing as you've already reviewed in the red line version. So again, as already mentioned in JLF, you will see that obligation to report based on a person's professional capacity is reflected as well in JLF-R, as well as a reiteration of no reporting solely based on poverty or demographics. You will also see in JLF-R a reiteration of the time frame for reporting with the information on where to make the report, including law enforcement for issues of imminent harm and or sexually based offense. So you see that reflected there. Additionally, in terms of procedural revisions provisions reflected in JLFR, you'll see the obligation to report rests with the person that has firsthand knowledge of the suspected abuse. And so that is there, as well as notification of administration or mental health may occur, but it is not required and should not interfere with the timely reporting of suspected abuse or neglect. So you will see that as well highlighted in the redlined version. You will also see if the report has already been filed with DHS, this is another change based on the law, DHS may decide not to generate a new report and will provide the reporting party with the report number. And that is really to prevent a redundancy in a certain report once DHS has already received that report. And so then DHS will communicate with the reporting party, the case number for that, so that there can be record that there has been a report already been made in that regard. Additionally, a written report is no longer required to accompany the verbal report to DHS or law enforcement. However, Douglas County School District's procedure is to continue with submitting a written report. And at this point, we're going to continue forth with that for the time being. We will review that moving forward as needed.
I was looking at it. Director Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you. So I did review, I'm just not sure if it's just included how it just is not supposed to be delegated. So I see that it talks about anybody who has firsthand knowledge is expected to report, but that it can't be delegated. I just think it might benefit from having that in there
Thank you.
explicit. And mainly my own bias, that it's my favorite part of the law. I would say, I think it's a Class 2 misdemeanor. So that one needs to be updated from Class 3. And then I think that was it for me. Thank you.
If I may, one thing.
Director Geiger.
There is a broader requirement, and this comes straight out of statute. And as I read this, Council Klamesh, it's both conjunctive and disjunctive. If it is sexually based and/or an employee and/or one other, I can't remember which one it
Is
is.
the child's in imminent
Child's
harm.
in imminent danger. There is a mandatory law enforcement reporting as well, and I think that's a new provision, isn't it?
It's in here.
Yeah, I know it's in here, that's new.
Yeah, and I think that the language can be revised to reflect the direct language from the statute if that's what the board is looking to include in the policy.
Yeah, I think we need to, but I think this is very close to what it is. But that, in terms of our training, that I believe is a change, is it not, that we have to report to law enforcement if it's a district employee, or am I wrong about that?
Well, that is our process, and when we receive reports, we make sure that we're also including human resources if necessary to look into this and be a collaborator. So yes, we are training our staff and making updates, and we'll continue to make updates that it's clear what's to law enforcement and what is to DHS and what might be to both.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so just in terms of next steps, we'll bring back, based on your dialogue this evening, a second reading to the Board of Education in November, and we will also put forth this policy in the board, across the board, for community to provide some feedback. I also just want to make a comment related to public comment this evening in terms of any concerns around circumstances that are involving a school personnel in a situation. We do have policies that cover the process and the procedures around that. And so those are policies KE, and JKA. So I just wanted to, again, highlight those procedures in terms of what's already reflected in policy for handling those types of concerns.
Great,
Right,
thank you so
thank you.
much. Oh, Director Meek.
Will DCCAC have an opportunity to have conversation on this?
Yes, I believe the next
Yes, absolutely. And I believe we meet with them in about a month, so we'll be able to bring that to their next board meeting.
Before the second reading.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Great, thanks. All right. Well, that moves us into the Board of Education reports. Start with the president reports. The next meeting will be a study session on October 21st. We're treating that more like a retreat, so we'll be down on the ground with tables and chairs and a little bit more laid back that way. And while it won't be broadcast, it will, I mean, anybody's obviously welcome to come. Agenda planning for that will be this Thursday, October 9th, at 10:30 at Inverness. I just want to kind of let everyone know a little bit about potentially some of the agenda items. We had talked about social media at our retreat for committees, and so we were going to talk a little bit about that. The governance process, self-evaluations, and then the strategic plan. We could also add in, since we have had a couple of our senior center, we might want to have some discussion about that around the community engagement plan. So that's essentially what the meeting will look like on October 21st. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you might want to take this opportunity to remind people that the October 21st work session will actually be at the Legacy campus, not here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It will be at the Legacy campus, yes. Guess I didn't even know that. Well, there we go. So thank you. Yeah. It's good to be reminded sometimes. Okay, good. Legacy campus. All right, and then I also wanted to take this opportunity to ask Superintendent Kane about the CASB presentation. I know that 4 of us won't be here anymore, but I didn't know if it would at all be helpful if anyone wanted to be a part of that or what that looks like, other presentations that have gone that way, so.
Sure, thank you for the question. I did put out a poll to kind of ask you all who would be interested in the CASB presentation, and Director Meek, Director Thompson, President Williams, and Director Geiger all indicated an interest. Hopefully I didn't miss anyone. I did get in touch with CASB to find out if a former director can be part of a presentation, and they said absolutely, and that the director would not have to be registered for the conference, but could register for the conference. So that was the feedback that I received from CASB, and in your next superintendent updates, I will be laying out the kind of the plan for the CASB presentation, but in my view, and of course it is your all's presentation, but in my view, I think that a panel discussion similar to what all of you did for the last CASB presentation on a topic that is escaping me at the moment, on passing the bond, would be a good format, but I'm certainly happy to take feedback whenever you feel it is appropriate.
Yeah, so I mean, we could add a quick discussion about that at our retreat, just to, kind of get everyone's opinion about how that should look, but just wanted to throw that out there. That's like a 10-minute quickie. All right, so on to, as Superintendent Kane talked about, we had a safety and security meeting after the unfortunate event in Evergreen. There was a lot of things discussed there. Some of the things that were brought up were SROs, Healthy Kids Survey, recess, lunchtime, lightning dismissal was another really big one. I'm very thankful that the district is going to offer us a lunch and learn on all the things that you've learned from that and our next steps after hearing that. In addition, I just want to talk a little bit about our partnership with the commissioners around safety and security. Obviously, I very much appreciate the help with SROs and their commitment to ensuring our students are safe. I would like to say that there are a lot of ways that this district works very hard for our kids to ensure their safety, and that's more than just our SROs and what happens at the doors. It's our mental health. It is our vape detection systems, and those are all very important. And so I just want to thank the district very much for the work that you all have put in to ensuring our students are safe. I hope that the commissioners will join the safety and security meetings that we work hard to put together. And I know that we look at a lot of different systems, and I think that would give them some insight into what all the great things that we do here. And then on to the DAC. I was not able to attend, so I'll let Director Geiger talk about that, but we did the UIP, so I'm assuming that's pretty much what it was. And then I just want to say a very big thank you to our SAG kids. I was able to go back and watch the forum that they put on and the work that they did to do that. It was so well done and very professional, and just wanted to say thank you to all that helped with that. Director Meek, Director Myers, and CTO Blair, and everyone's work that went into that. So thank you. I hope everyone enjoys fall break next week. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Weiniger.
Right, so since our last meeting, I attended FOC, and Director Thompson did a great write-up on a summary of that. And it was what we mostly went over was about school carryover balances. So each school has their own site-based budget, and then sometimes they have leftover budget at the end, and that carries over into next year. And just how, it's good to have a good balance and what our current staff practices around that, and a lot of discussion around collaborating with staff and giving them help and ideas on just getting those budgets more defined and not such a large carryover for some schools. And then next FOC meeting is on Thursday, and actually I will be unable to make it. So if any other director would like to attend, that would be wonderful. They're also going to discuss carryover again, and then talk about staff turnover, and also go over some school finance, because we have one new member, which everyone voted yes on today, so thank you for that. And just, it's always good to have a refresher in those committees. And then I also went to a community connections meeting with the Parker Senior Center, and it was, we did a free lunch, so it was a very good turnout for our senior citizens there, and they were a great group, very kind. A lot of people got signed up for the senior gold card, so that was exciting. Since it was just like a lunch setting and I was the only one there, I kind of did a quick, let me ask you a question and you guys tell me what you think. And I found that a lot of people at that center, I feel like this is the first community connections where it's not people that we know are involved with the school district. A lot of them had questions for me. So I think if we go to the one in Highlands Ranch, it would be good to bring just a bunch of our school facts with us, because they want to know how the schools are doing and how do we feel we're meeting the end goals we put in place. And yeah, they were all very positive and very sweet, and I'll share some notes that Shauna was nice to take for me while I was asking the questions. And some people came up, and yeah, it was good. And then I think that covers it.
Right, Director Moore.
Thank you. Director Williams hit on a little bit the executive session that we were invited to with the Board of County Commissioners a couple of weeks ago to talk specifically about school security. Because it was an executive session, you can't go into a ton of detail tonight, but it was an important meeting, I think, for us to gain some insight on what the commissioners' thought processes and priorities and some of their ideas may be, which were helpful. Director Williams, you mentioned the valuable partnership we have with the county and the sheriff's office on the SRO program. And we have, it's been mentioned a couple of times, we have probably the best, most robust group of school resource officers, and the work that they do, having worked with them in my career and then realize what they do in and day out, they are amazing. The problems that they solve and the services that they provide to each school, to the families, the students, and the community around. And anyway, I'm very proud of what that partnership looks like and what it's accomplished. It is great, and it always has been, and I don't expect that to ever change. In the meeting, we did discuss some of their strategies and ideas and some things that we need to probably consider as a board, and not everybody on the board was able to participate in that. So I'm just going to recommend that we consider either before the October 21st meeting or in November, we consider our own executive session so that we can maybe get some legal guidance on what some of those ideas may entail for us and how those might look for us and what strategies we might want to incorporate and just what our options may be so that we, as a board, I won't be on this when some of those decisions end up getting made. But I certainly want to make sure that you all are prepared to do whatever's you need to do to make sure we're doing the right things in the right way, in the right order, with the right priorities. I think we need some legal input on that. Personally, that's what I think. So I'll leave that up to Director Williams for you to decide how you want to handle that idea, that recommendation that I have there. The safety and security meeting that the school district holds every month, again, fabulous. And a great presentation from the Director of Security from Cherry Creek Schools. And what was fascinating for me to see was how similar we all are doing things together. The amount of collaboration that goes on, the amount of communication, that when there's a problem that needs to be solved, the way that the neighboring school districts work on it together. It's not just us in a vacuum or them in a vacuum. Really good meeting. They always are really good meetings, but I was particularly impressed with that one. I really enjoyed it. I wasn't, it was, the takeaway for me was we really are doing a good job. And everyone's kind of like-minded on their order of priority and how they fund these things and how they implement them. LRPC, Director Geiger, he sent out an update, so you guys saw the update there, but that was a fascinating meeting to understand what the district's current and future capital needs are at the support facilities, and we have a lot of them. And they're very old. They haven't gotten a lot of attention over the years for a variety of different reasons. So in the future, there'll be important decisions to make on how we deal with those. And so that was really a good takeaway for me. And then the last thing was attended a senior fair in Parker at the field house with Director Meek. And Susan, you are a senior salesperson. You're good with them. I mean, yeah, they love the gold card. And Susan was talking about the gold card and giving them all the pros and cons. And I mean, I was not good at it, but you were great at it. But it was a really nice, well-attended event. A lot of seniors came through there, a lot to the school district table, which, one could easily say, why would anybody want to come to the school district table at the Parker Senior Fair? But a lot did, and a lot of people really liked the gold card. A lot of people already had it. When people found out the benefits of having it and being able to go to the athletic events and getting discounts on the performing arts and things like that, they love the idea. And they honestly, it's a great way for us to stay engaged with the seniors in our community who, once their kids or grandkids aren't part of the school district anymore, probably have no idea what we're really doing anymore. And now they get to see it firsthand. So that was awesome. So and your staff, fabulous.
Thank you. Director Geiger.
Again, I attended LRPC. We were at the transportation center. Sometimes you have to see stuff face to face before you realize the difficulties. Matrix presented us with a report that says there are $30 million in unfunded capital needs in our support locations. And also, we were well informed by our COO that this building isn't knocking it out of the park either. I mean, there are trash cans we can't move in Wilcox because that's what's catching the rain. So we are, as a board, or some board, is gonna have to realistically deal with the fact that we've focused our money so far on our education buildings, but our support buildings are equally important. They're what keep everything run, and we're gonna have to address that at some point, and I don't know how that comes from anywhere but a concentrated, intelligent effort to talk to the voters. And LRPC asked a lot of great questions. That was an excellent report. We've already dealt with the SLIP process. I was very excited to be able to attend DAC. I've literally never been to a DAC meeting before. And I was glad that I was available that day.
Yeah, thank you.
To be able to step up for that. That is an interesting group. I was very impressed with how well they talked about issues. The FOC report about the retained funds caused quite a stir with the DAC as well. So I'm looking forward to more information about that, as is the DAC. We got good information on the educator effectiveness update from Dr. Kirby. And then most of what we spent time on at the DAC was what we spent time on today with the UIP. There were a lot of good comments there, a lot of discussion about that. And I think what we got here tonight was a result of a lot of that. I will say I'm very impressed with the relationship between Mr. Reynolds and the DAC. That seems to be a very open communication. So I was very glad to attend that. It was a strong meeting. And if we hadn't just read the UIP, I'd have more to say about it. I was also at the student forum. First of all, students did a great job. They asked good questions. They had given the questions in advance, and so we got good answers. I was disappointed in the turnout. Would have liked to have seen more kids. And I think as we approach that, whatever the next election cycle is, trying to get more of our students there. And I don't have a brilliant idea for that, but I think that would have been helpful, is to see them, is have more of them. I don't think we even got a lot of the SAG there. Yeah, that was my big, SAG's a big group, and we didn't get a lot of them turning out. So I think we should evaluate that. But it was interesting to watch. It was, it's not just for a learning experience for the student advisory group leaders, but I think it was that for them as well. Trying to think, I think that's all I have handled since the last meeting. Thank you.
All right, Director Myers.
Since the last meeting, I was at the September SAG meeting, and that was our first meeting at the Legacy. So they used to meet it in Vernus, so now they're meeting at Legacy. It's a little more central for the students, along with Director Geiger, President Williams, Director Thompson. And so I think we're at around 35 kids, maybe 35 or 40 kids. And Director Thompson gave the SAG leaders some excellent information to conduct the forum. So there was quite a bit of information there that was going to help them out. I also went to Youth Congress, which is part of my liaison to DCYI. Mr. Colella and I were in monitored the group with cell phone policy. So we had some very robust and passionate conversations. I think the first thing off the bat was they thought that there was going to be a cell phone policy ban, period. So that got a little heated, I think, and I told Mr. Colella, I said, just watch as the day goes along, they start waking up. And they do. So that was a really good day. And we took that in working with Allison and Marcia with DCYI. We decided that we wanted to make this a little bit different and do the round robins because it was so successful with when we did our community connections and with our SAG last year, because I think SAG is going to do 2 or 3 round robins this year. So I think the kids felt like, I felt they were pretty positive as the day went on. I know a couple of conversations I heard kids say, wow, I really think, we're really getting to say some things today. So that was a great day. Superintendent Kane brought up all the groups, all the topics that were part of that day. Then, of course, was the forum that night, and the kids, the SAG leaders, as usual, did a beautiful job. We had a really good, in the question answering period by Sam. He was quite good at that night. And I sent an email to the SAG leadership, especially from a director that didn't read her email very well. They were just very gracious about handling some things, especially from my misconception, my not reading very well. Let's see, I will be out of the country for the next meeting and for the next SAG meeting. So if there's someone that would like to go in my place, I would really appreciate it. I don't know, as board secretary, because this is going to be new for me to be out of the country. So if maybe people could answer emails that are coming through, I don't know, because I probably won't turn on to do any schoolwork while I'm gone. But thank you, and have a good, we're leaving next week, and so thank you, and hope everyone has, I know teachers are looking forward to a little break, and they're ready. And that's it.
Director Thompson.
All right, so just piggybacking off of some of the updates so far. So the safety and security meeting, Director Moore gave a nice update on it. I would just add that there was a discussion regarding the safety forum where some of the topics and concerns that were highlighted during the forum were brought up. And then, so it was elevating the comments from the community. And then, you already mentioned about hearing from the Director of Security from Cherry Creek. And it was really insightful to hear how other districts are handling and addressing safety, and how, partnerships aren't happening just within our district, but this open communication with other school districts about best practice and learning from each other's pilots. So there's some of the things that we're doing that they're watching closely to see if it's something they want to implement, and then vice versa. So that was, it's nice to see that communication happening, those types of feedback loops to make everyone, every school safer. And then the safety and security panel that was already brought up by President Williams. And afterwards, I actually attended the tail end of the candidate forum, but I only got to hear the very end of it. And then the SAG meeting, most of the updates were great from Director Myers. We did have a presentation from Superintendent Kane on CMAS and the strategic plan. And I appreciate it. It's their first meeting, so everyone's just kind of, dipping their toes. And but you were really intentional about trying to engage them in conversation throughout the presentation. And so I appreciated that. And then Steve Colella gave a presentation on devices and gave an opportunity for students to do a survey at the end to get some feedback from them. And students also talked about, or broke out into their 4 subcommittee areas, which was kind of getting that started. One thing I really liked, when they were trying to decide on the questions for the forum, they did kind of like a round table. They went around to each of the tables and had them think about questions, and then do a survey, but then also have conversations about it. And safety was the topic that I felt like was most discussed by students, with concerns around gun violence really being highlighted. I think they asked who here is concerned about it, and all the hands went up. Also, concerns around drug use, mental health were highlighted during the meeting. So just spreading that in case you haven't seen the update, that those are the things that our students are worried about. The student forum was fantastic. Our student leaders are amazing. That was their second event, pretty much back to back. They really are giving a lot of time to the SAG. And they did, again, they did a great job. I also wanted to make a note about how great the sound is at Legacy Campus. It was so easy to hear everybody, which is really refreshing. So sound was top notch. And then, let's see here. FOC, great update again by Director Weiniger. We did discuss their priorities and focus areas. Director Weiniger went into the site-based budget conversations. They also were, the new director of budget was announced during the meeting, and we also heard just updates about the audit committee. So the FOC participates in the audit committee every year. It goes from September to November, and then we are presented with it in December. So that's rolling. And let's see, I think I hit them all. Yeah.
Director Meek.
Well, I guess I'll just start off thanking the board for their support over the past month because I was out of the country as well. I was celebrating my daughter's wedding and then my husband's sabbatical. So you would think I would not have much to update, but I do have a few things. So thank you for chipping in, everyone, and filling in those roles that I couldn't play last month. So first off, I did see at the September 22nd meeting with the commissioners on the calendar on safety and security. So I appreciated the updates here tonight on that. Although, you know, if you weren't in the room, you're not really sure what was discussed. So as one board member who wasn't part of the conversation, I would like to request that we have probably an executive session to talk about safety and security and have legal questions addressed. So that would be my preference. I really enjoyed the Parker Senior Center Resource Fair. Director Moore and I had a lot of fun talking with seniors. Those that have gold cards, and a surprising amount already had gold cards, we're very appreciative, and we signed up a lot more. And I took a lot of notes. Well, actually, I say a lot. There were only maybe 3 or 4 additional comments that came in, and I think we'll be sharing those at the retreat now, is what I'm hearing. So I'll have that written up. So the next meeting on the 21st, I think we kind of went through what the agenda items are. Are we talking about that at agenda planning as well?
Yeah,
or-
I just
okay.
wanted to kind of give you guys an idea of what
No,
it's going to look like.
perfect.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure, because I think agenda planning was supposed to be November meeting as well.
Yeah, I think I'll probably do that after the next
Okay.
meeting, yeah.
Okay. Thunder Ridge High School Field Day. I'm still getting my hearing back. And I had noise canceling earplugs in. That event, I mean, I think if I had to say one word, intense. Like, it is the most intense. The school camaraderie, getting every student in that auditorium or the gym, and you have juniors, seniors, sophomores, everyone in there screaming at the top of their lungs. It's quite an event. I encourage you to go if you have a chance to go in the future. It was a lot of fun. And let's see, the SAG Forum. So I always think it's important to reflect on things. I did hear comments about the student attendance and just kind of being disappointed that there weren't students there to hear. And so I do think that's something. I sent an email that night when I got home thanking the students for all the work that they did and letting them know that I really look forward to debriefing and getting their feedback. This is a tradition that SAG has done over the years, and, you know, it'd be great if they had notes to start off, you know, kind of helping them with lessons learned from prior years. So I'm looking forward to hopefully debriefing with them a little bit more. And, I mean, I just have to say, I feel like as a board director, I kind of failed because I was not there to help over the prior month. With meetings, and it felt like there was miscommunications and a lot of stress. And that's something that I feel really badly about. The student leadership was basically overridden right at the last moment before the meeting started, and the directions that they had given out to candidates was changed right before it started. And I'm not sure it really presented the board in a good light. And I'm trying to think how we as a board can discuss a few questions like, you know, what is the appropriate role of board members during student-led events? How should concerns be raised if a board member believes students made an error? How can we ensure any future interventions are based on verified information? We have the SAG, and our goal is really to help them in leadership opportunities. And so I think thinking through this as a board to help us maintain transparency, support our students' leadership development, and just ensure the board consistently models integrity and respect. And I think there were communication mishaps that happened, and I think we need to do better, and I'm trying to think how we can do better in the future for our students. But other than that, if you watch it after, I think, feeling a little flustered at the beginning, I don't think anyone would tell if you watched it. So kudos to our students, and I can't wait to help support them. I do know this summer at a retreat, I had suggested that maybe we have another board director start as well as a liaison for the SAG, just because turnover happens, right? And I don't know if it makes sense to try to, put in an additional board director if there's another board director that wants to step up until, we're able to make changes when new board members come in. It doesn't mean anyone has to step down. All we have to do is post, right?
Yeah, and I think, honestly, we have the ability to do that on any committee. If any one of us wanted to go to additional meetings, I just want to be careful that we're not pushing out board members that aren't done yet. So I just want to make sure that we're not using that as an excuse to not do the work that we were all elected to do up
Right.
here.
And my recommendation wasn't to remove anyone, it was to add an additional board member for consistency.
I just also want to say that whoever is elected to the board might want to be in that role instead of the person that is up here. So that's also something to consider, that it might not necessarily be that person. However, after saying that, if there's anybody who wants to go to any committee, there's nothing that says we can't. And so we would just need to notice it. And I'm sure Shauna would be happy to do that.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to item 12, executive session. The Board of Education has issues to discuss with its attorneys in executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B related to the district's legal obligations under Title IX of the Education Amendment of 1972, its regulations, and related Colorado state law. I'm sorry, do I have a motion to go into executive session for the previously stated purpose?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Myers. Geiger.
No.
I'm sorry, discussion, discussion, go ahead. Yep.
I've written an email. I don't think that this meets the definition of specific legal requests or advice. It's not about what we're doing. Whether or not, this is an important issue to some people in our district. I think, given the way it's been phrased, I don't think it meets the definition for appropriate executive sessions, so I object going into executive session. That's just my point. I've made it to you in emails.
Sure. Director Meek.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to get up to speed and have gotten through emails. Have there been a list of questions submitted to legal counsel? I don't think I've seen a legal memo with information for us to review, and
No, all I asked specifically at the last board meeting to get the differences between Colorado law versus what the executive orders are, what Title IX is, how are we following those? There's other districts who have put forth policy, just those questions, and I stated those from the board, from the dais, and those are the questions that I asked. And I have not received anything from the district that would say that this does not provide a relative amount of information to go into executive session.
so there's no legal memo that we could have reviewed in order to go into an executive session to talk through legal advice?
We did not get a memo, no. Yeah, Director Weiniger.
I think for me on this executive session is, I think it would be good as a board to have a policy around biological boys and girls sports and girls spaces. And obviously, we would need legal advice to start anything like that because there's so much out there about it. And the reason I feel like it'd be good to have a policy is I know that there isn't one right now, and it's kind of on a case-by-case basis on how we treat instances that might come up around that. And I think leadership in our school district would appreciate something to reference, kind of like what happened when some instances of kids being forced to say pronouns, we put forward a policy that we won't allow compelled speech, and I think that was a relief for leadership to have to reference. So this is kind of where this is coming from for me. I think if we don't get legal advice, then we're putting forth a policy without consulting anyone. I mean, I don't see us voting this, well, for me to vote on something and enforce it through before I'm done. I know there's candidates that are wanting to do that, and I think it'd be good to prep for that if they end up being on the board. And obviously, if the candidates who might not be for it can choose not to put it on there. But I just thought it'd be good to hear about that from one board member. Thanks.
Director Myers.
Well, I think one of my concerns is that I would like some questions answered, but for transparency and integrity, I believe every time that we've had other directors ask for executive session, and if my recollection's correct, last time, Director Meek, I remember you stepping over to direct President Williams that very night that you were going to call an executive session for advice to get legal counsel. So I don't see how this is any different. And I know that Director Geiger sent an email to President Williams, but I think in all integrity and honesty, having a conversation with our legal counsel about this isn't anything different than when you've called an executive session, and we've always honored yours.
I think the other thing I would say is that, Director Thompson, you had reached out to me back in the spring when I had mentioned maybe bringing forth a letter to go to CHASA, and you said, could we please go into executive session before we do anything like that as a board? And so I'm also honoring that before, anything were to get placed on the agenda. Director Moore.
Yeah, admittedly, I think I misunderstood the context of what the executive session was intended to be for, but it's clear to me that there's clearly a conflict between state law and the way Title IX is interpreted right now. So I'm not opposed to discussing the topic. I'm not sure what resolution we will come to in our short time, but I'm not opposed to having the discussion. I don't know what the right answer is, but talking about it doesn't, I don't see the harm in having a discussion about it, just so we understand what our legal representation tells us is which one has precedent, or if there even is a conflict. Maybe I'm wrong.
Director Thompson.
All right. I appreciate the conversation and everyone's stance. I'm a little bit more hesitant now because we were just talking about the reason for the executive session was to discuss, well, you read it out loud, but it was looking at federal and state law, but now we're talking about it informing advocacy and policy. And so it's just backwards. Before we go into an executive session, I think we should have a public discussion first on the topic. That would then not make it look like we're circumventing open meetings laws by having a policy discussion behind closed doors. The other piece that I'm worried about here is that we're going to have conversations and ask for legal advice regarding policy and advocacy, but we don't even understand what fairness in girls' sports and what the issues might look like for our district. We haven't had a presentation from staff or athletics about what the actual challenges are when it comes to fairness. I know that there's a lot of rhetoric going around and a lot of fear-based issues, and I think some of that's on us because we haven't addressed this topic head-on. But if we're talking about fairness in girls' sports, which I feel is the underlying issue that we all can agree on is an important issue, it expands beyond this one topic. It goes to, hey, what are we talking about when it comes to resources for girls' sports? What about practice time in the fields? What about access to different types of sports? Like, I would want a more robust understanding of what's actually impacting fairness in girls' sports before we're moving forward looking into this type of work, like to make sure that it is appropriate. Additionally, there are lots of different solutions regarding whatever issue we identify is actually the issue in our district. And I feel like we're kind of leaning towards this one-size-fits-all push on how to address it. And there are a lot of other districts and states that have handled this in a very tactful way that I think respects all of the concerns that people have across the spectrum. And those are conversations I think would be really helpful to have in the public purview, as well as hearing from staff, like what is feasible and all of that. So I feel like we need a public conversation first, understand the issue, and then I think legal advice would be appropriate if needed.
So yeah, for me, it would be, I would need legal advice before I can like have a good conversation about it, but Director Meek.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback on what I'm hearing Director Thompson say, I mean, I would like to have data and not operate based on what is swirling in our political arena right now. So we have 17 years of data of students participating in athletics based on their gender preference. And we have 17 years of data. I'd like to understand what that data shows, what concerns exist, what problems exist. I'm not opposed to moving forward and having conversations on the topic, but I think it needs to be done in a thoughtful way, not because we're trying to lay the groundwork for potential new candidates that are talking about this at a current election cycle. It needs to be done in a reasonable way where we are addressing it with data and facts, and our legal counsel has time to prepare a memo to give us actual advice. If no one has given specific questions, I don't have confidence that our legal counsel is prepared to fully provide the advice that we're asking for. I mean, in Youth Congress, I wasn't there, but what the video said, the concerns have been, cell phone use, vaping, peer pressure. We've held all of our student engagement opportunities with middle school students and high school students. Not once has anyone brought up that as a concern. In all of our conversations in our schools talking to our students.
And I would say
So
that
I'd
I
like
have
the
heard that.
data.
I
I'd
have
like-
had people come to me and talk to me
Okay.
about it. So, I mean, I think that it also depends on the arena you're in. But listen, I mean, I respect how everyone wants to vote. I think it's unfortunate that, there's board directors that wouldn't want to honor other people's requests to hear what we've asked for. But I will, Director Weiniger.
I would just, as far as the open meeting law is concerned, this is strictly talking about the laws involved with Title X and, or Title IX, I'm sorry. And I don't want to go down the path of like all the things you mentioned when it comes to the actual policy. And it really is what's allowed and what's not, and maybe current cases out there. I do not plan on going beyond that.
Here's my position. This is an issue that's out there. We want to have I fear that we've got the cart before the horse here. If we want to have a policy discussion, we should have it open. And then address specific legal questions regarding what policies we may be looking at. The law right now on this subject is extraordinarily unclear. The Fourth Circuit says one thing, the Trump administration says another. I think just because you might be able to make a case that this is I don't even think we can make a case that this falls under specific legal questions. We have executive session for specific legal questions to preserve attorney-client privilege. The mere presence of counsel Statute's clear about this, does not make that a specific legal question. I just want to make sure, again, if we're going to have a policy discussion about any of these issues, they should be done publicly. I understand they should be informed by that, but this is not I just want to comply with what I think the open meeting law says. I have to do that based on my criteria. Obviously, I have an opinion as an attorney. I think we've got the cart before the horse on this. I think more specific questions and a more specific memo is necessary before we go into open meeting. I am not trying to avoid this discussion. I have it online, but I think there are better, I don't think the executive session at this time with vague questions is the appropriate way to do it. I understand why you want to talk about it. I understand you'd like to be better informed. This, I don't think, in my mind, is the appropriate way to do it. I'm not criticizing anybody for their position on it. I just have a problem with whether or not this, in my mind, fits within what we should be doing in executive session.
All right, and just to be clear, we have to have 2/3 majority to be able to go into executive session, so we would need 5 votes to be able to move into executive session. So I'm going to go ahead and take roll call. Geiger?
No.
Meek?
No.
Moore?
Yes, specific to the Colorado law and the Title IX.
Myers?
Yes.
Thompson?
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Yes.
All right, so that actually fails to go into executive session, so we will move to item 13, which is adjournment. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger? Aye. Great, passes 7-0. The board is now adjourned.